that's the wrong one. That one's the wrong one. That one. That's the one I want. I got the right one. Welcome to the table, everybody. Those of you over in YouTube land, don't forget to, like and subscribe. Just as a reminder, if you're going to mute the tab, not the channel. That's going to help everybody out here. I just put in the chat link to the YouTube on my side and Tago's if they ever want to swap over. And I will do my own plugin in their channel here in a moment. Because I'm going to do all that madness now.
But yeah, for anyone that actively was and confused, I'm talking about Saga of Tanya the Evil.
Let's see. There we go.
But if I do this, then it suddenly doesn't work.
What's not working?
Oh, the mouse and keyboard thing I've got. It apparently doesn't work if OBS is my active window.
Huh.
Which
Weird.
is silly.
But let's see here. I believe that's most of the intro stuff out of the way. So if we want to do recapping, we can now do recapping.
Yay!
Hooray.
Is my stream not picking up the audio for music?
Right, thank you. I forgot to turn on the playlist.
No, it is picking up the music. It's just not doing a good job.
Pardon me, I was finishing a bite of cookie dough ice cream.
Reasonable.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, thank you for following. I appreciate it.
Who followed?
Looks like Master Eevee.
Ah, yes, Evie is good friendo.
Hello, good friendo.
Hello, Evie.
Welcome to the table.
Hooray.
So, last session started off with the crew returning to the ship in the middle of Dat and Minuet having a conversation. And he surmises that Minuet doesn't know Draconic, which Minuet doesn't. And then he says something in Draconic because Minuet doesn't know Draconic. And then he goes trying to hide in the cupboard again, apologizing multiple times. And the crew come into the room and see a half-drunk cup of coffee and Minuet. And discussion is had, and Dat is kind of dragged out of the cupboard. And Darren is kind of forced to talk just a little bit.
Forced not to lie.
Forced not to lie, yes, because Cirrus used Zone of Truth.
Which apparently affected Dat as well.
Yeah, Dat didn't do so good against Zone of Truth. Darren did, but Darren also didn't precisely lie either.
Yeah. And I would like to point out that Cirrus purposely didn't make anyone reveal anything damning. Just asked questions that were like, do you think this is going to harm anyone?
Pretty much. In order to figure out if the spell was actually working on Dat, however, Darren called Dat a fat sausage because he's been shoveling sugar in his mouth for days, and Dat screamed that he's not fat, it just takes that much energy to power your fucking machines, which is a statement.
Statement that affected the party's main quest.
Yes! Dat took us down to the engine room and sort of explained a few things for us, using the engine and the crystals in it for comparison. And revealed that once upon a time, Dragonkind immortals lived in harmony, you know, like usual. Who wants to guess what happened?
You see, well, King Thornton and his Knights 12 killed Ratatoskr, I think.
Yes, we're all playing 14 over here. And because they lived in harmony, knowledge and power were shared, and crystals like those powering the ships do grow naturally over hundreds of years. But they can also be made quickly by drawing out part of the essence of a living creature. Or, well, anything living, particularly. And Dat is apparently one of the individuals who gave that knowledge to the mortal races. And that is his shame. And he wants to forget it and live his life in peace. That is valuable because his crystal, for one has been drawn from him, if made complete, would power something forever. It is constantly draining him, whatever it is, making him tired, and it goes a long way to explain his hunger. And I believe I made a mention of so it is the Doors of Truth Full Metal Alchemist problem. Which isn't necessarily entirely inaccurate for those of you who understand what I'm talking about. And that kind of laments that whenever people have kind of figured this out, they've either tried to sell him or do as we're trying to do and retrieve Dad's crystal to give it back to him. We, however, are not stupid enough to just go rushing off to find the crystal immediately. Dad has survived this long, he'll probably survive a while longer, so we're going to get strong enough that we can retrieve the crystal from whomever has it. Because we're a pragmatic party, not a heroic party. And when it comes to finding the crystal, Cirrus asks if she can just follow that soul thread, which she can see thanks to her new fate-given ocular abilities. Unfortunately, such threads wind around every individual a person meets, which makes that feat impossible. But Dat demands a masterwork compass, the best compass ever seen, and a needle's worth of pure quartz so he can put a piece of himself into it that we might track the soul crystal. And it has to be a masterwork compass because he's not putting his soul into a shitty compass first.
Probably means that a shitty compass would work, he just refuses to work with it.
We still agreed to get the best looking compass for Dat.
Oh, because that's a small price to pay to make the already exceptionally difficult to talk to without him hiding in a cabinet, Noodle work with us.
And Dat asked Darren to stop calling him a sausage, which Darren is not going to call him a sausage anymore unless it's actually called for, which it probably won't be.
Noodle is still on the table, however.
Noodle just went back to his cupboard, leaving us decide on what now we're going to do.
No, I just meant the phrase noodle is still on the table. Only sausage was forbidden.
Sausage is forbidden. So, for the next few days, Darren decides to go read his book and write in his new journal to transcribe all the shit that he has come across.
Oh, thank you, Decapoma.
Meanwhile, Cirrus went out to look for the Devil's Lettuce, since during the conversation with Dat informed the crew that drunken seeds make one unable to resist the effects of drugs in their system. And Dad expressed an interest in the Devil's Lettuce, since it's been a long time since he had Son, and apparently it's one of the things that mortals got right. So Cirrus was intent on getting the rope dragon some of that dank shit, and I quote.
Specifically, some of that dank shit was said.
And at this time, we were in a college town, Tathlane, I believe.
And I somehow managed to fuck up getting marijuana in a college town.
Yes, Cirrus, the bounty huntress, walked up and basically went to some college kids. Hello, fellow youths. I would like some of the drugs, please. It did not work out. And no, that's not word for word. I'm paraphrasing. I'm sure Cirrus tried to do something better than that, and it just didn't work.
I'm pretty sure that's basically what happened.
It's the equivalent of, I will have one drugs, please, fellow youths.
How do you do, fellow kids?
He pops up his skateboard from the 80s.
I'm sorry, we don't need the skateboarding glitch in this game. Please no. Darren used one of the message, or was it sending? I think it's sending scrolls to send a message to his grandmother, thanking her for the pin, and she apologized that he got her heart and soul, which I believe is supposed to mean that, her adventurous spirit. So Darren felt a little better after that. And Cirrus started predicting the weather as we began flying our way towards Mickle Ferry. There's rain. A great deal of rain. So at least our water supply is full.
Iris entirely forgot that she knows Endure Elements.
Yes, she did. So most of you got rained on for a while.
I mean, you still would have gotten rained on, you just wouldn't have hated it.
Darren read his book, Pain and Answers, which is a journal from a first-person perspective of the writer from about 80 years after the Mistral did. And the writer is apparently on the opposite side of Dat and refused to help the mortals or become subservient to them, like some dragons have chosen to in order to survive. And it's implied that they didn't make it. The book also apparently uses a lunar calendar for some reason.
Rivarian.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
I'm still here.
You've disconnected from the game, however.
Yeah, I'm reloading.
Okay.
So we near Mickle Ferry. The chill in the air deepens. Most of us are fine with this, because we're adapted to the cold. Except Minuet, who keeps shivering and sneezing, despite being layered. And Cirrus finds out that Minuet has a disease, maybe? But really shouldn't, and keeps casting Remove Disease on Minuet, and it doesn't work.
Yeah, Minuet has this weird sickness that keeps coming during the morning. Minuet is a guy.
Minuet also decided to become a courtesan to Chaos Incarnate.
I mean,
Well, yes, I know, but from our perspective, this is why we haven't. This is why we haven't seen the obvious answer.
Minuet, you think, is a guy.
This is also true. Minuet's a shapeshifter. Anyway, Minuet continues to be kind of sick for a while. Sort of. We pull into Borg Fury, one of the port towns, take a medium security dock, and Dat finally appears again because he's been gone for this whole trip. And, all of us exclaim, "It's great he's alive!" And he presents the crew with a mini cake for each of them, fully decorated and everything. And it's really heartwarming and kind of melts us a bit.
Also, I would like to point out for everyone, Borg Fury is a city right here on the map, and not what happens when you refuse to be assimilated.
Ah, yes. When Dat goes to hide, Darren makes sure to tell Dat that the crew love him too, which causes Dat to make noises. So we make port, and Minuet asks, "Okay, who among us knows how to camp and survive? Because where we're going is somewhere on this cluster, and it'll probably be someplace we have to walk to." Darren is the only one with experience setting up a camp and dealing with mist-level survival shit. Not the bounty huntress, not the traveling semi-bard. Well, I suppose it's not surprising the mercenary sorceress doesn't know how. Just the ranger. Only the ranger.
And it should not be anyone's surprise that the ranger knows how.
So, we're in Borg Fury, and there's a bunch of timber yards. And thankfully, Minuet remembered, oh yeah, we need to get lumber for, I forget the name of the family at this second, I'm sure it's in the notes. for that one family who sold us
The name.
cows before, so they can better repair their fence, even though it's been a while, so I'm sure they repaired it already. But, they asked us to. So Darren pays for 3 days at dock, and, we go asking around for a church with a moon symbol.
We also spend an inordinate amount of time deciding whether or not to sell the quarter ship's plating we have.
This is correct. We spent an inordinate amount of time doing that, and there is a whole debate on it, which in the end is probably going to be moot. Cirrus asks for bounties, and finds out there are bandits living in the forest out of Nickel Ferry. And just knowledge of the bandits and where their camps are is rewarded should she return with it. And the mercenaries are incredibly toxic and unfriendly to the tiefling. Though somehow she's able to blend in and pretend she's just as toxic.
Something League of Legends.
Yeah, pretty much.
We take that game and we're going to put it in the corner where it belongs, and we're just going to pretend like it's not there.
Something Dota 2.
I'm going to try and speed up my ice cream as well. Darren learns there's dead towns out in the mountains that might have such a structure, and Minuet gets specific information that there is a dead town in the mountains with a church in it. And Ixadrassil pulls the carrot about the bazaar and grills commoners until guards are called, and then grills them too. And then the guard tells Ix about some temple or something in the west where some moon goddess or some shit was worshipped a long time ago. And then she leaves, and is pleased with herself for making people's lives hard. And just is incredibly nice when she has that info she wanted. The location we are going for is on the western tip of the main island of the cluster. In the mountains.
Circle bit. It's the circle bit.
Yes. Now, the original plan, as I recall, was that we were going to fly over there and land there, so we didn't have to take weeks to get there. Well, okay, 3 weeks total to get there and back, I believe it was. And that's the conservative estimate from us leaving from Olbin.
Then we got ambushed by some, a shitload of not pirates.
Bandits.
Specifically not pirates. And then we completely and utterly foiled their plans to drag us into their shitload of artillery fire from one of those two islands. And then we took their ship, and are taking them back to Olbin for bounties.
Yes, and we're probably going to be selling their ship for extra monies, which is making Darren feel slightly better, because of course we got attacked again, and of course they have a garrison on one of the floating islands off the west end of the cluster that's going to prevent us from going the easy way, because it can't be easy, can it?
Laughs in DM.
There are basically two ways we could handle this. One way that is borderline suicidal, and one way that is painfully long.
Yeah, and it should be noted that we did buy a tent because we didn't have a proper big tent. So this is a tent that has enough space for all of us. But it is just enough space for all of us because Darren is that kind of stickler. Though, it should be said, their ship is mostly intact and has cannons and shit on it, so we can probably sell it for a decent profit.
Well, we took the cannons.
Oh, that's right, we did. I must have marked them down somewhere. Oh, that's right, because we only had one cannon before.
Now we have 4 cannons.
Yes, now we have 4 cannons. We have 4 cannons, and on the way back to Olbin, Darren and Minuet have a debate to rediscuss the matter of the plates. And Darren just eventually concedes that yes, okay, if the chance comes, selling the plates could be potentially more immediately beneficial than waiting to get more plates. Assuming that we can buy the equipment that Minuet thinks we can buy with all that money.
Brings us to now.
Out of character, Vari just sat down, Minuet's player, sat down and made little shopping lists for everybody with the money. And I'm pretty sure that's what's caused an out of character consensus now.
No, we had a role-play discussion shortly after
we
last
had
session.
input. Yeah, we had
I had also started leaning towards selling them the longer I thought about it afterwards. But it might just be because I'm contrary enough to want to be contrary to myself, so.
Ironically, Cirrus was not polled during any of this, but Cirrus is probably more on board with the let's get the ship armor plated as soon as possible, knowing that we almost flew into an artillery barrage.
that is
But you guys have made the executive decision to go back and land in Port in Olbin, correct?
I believe that was the plan, yes. Because we were like I said, there's the suicidal option of trying to run the blockade or somehow trying to get into the blockade and start dismantling it from the inside. Or the safe but longer option of go to Olbin and hoof it.
Well, the faster option would take you guys 2 days to get to Olbin. So I'm going to need specifically 2 piloting checks from the pilots, if you could please Ix, and 2 navigation checks from, I believe, Minuet.
Yep, let me sit back down real quick. Do-do-do. Where's my D20? And I made it.
So during these 2 days, I would like Cirrus to be talking to Minuet and trying to learn how to do sneaky things.
And I also made it. Alright, both mine are successes.
Good to know. Minuet, what do you got for me?
roll won't actually roll.
What was that?
So I'm trying to roll.
Oh, your ping is at 999 again. Holy goodness, what in the world?
It's not even fluctuating like it was.
Yeah, it's just up there.
Yeah, it's crazy.
You want me to roll
Goddamn
for you?
variance downgraded to dial-up.
My alternative. Give me a minute. I'll be.
Okay. Vari goes
Actually,
to
I'm
fix
pretty
their
sure.
internet.
I'm pretty sure dial-up would be more stable.
I personally don't think so, but it's because I lived off a dial-up for way too long.
No, I mean I did too. Trust me on that. I'm just saying that it's like various internet. It is.
All over the place.
Somebody roll for him at a +10.
That's a 22 total. I would say 22 total.
Okay, so both are going to be passes. So that will get you guys over to town. Oh, I hear a... No? Never mind, I thought I heard him pop back in.
I thought I did too, but apparently he was lagging that badly.
Oof. Let me...
You might have heard me squeak at someone following me.
Ah.
Yeah. Alright, yeah, I can see that.
I immediately muted and thanked them for following because that's what I do.
Well, in the meantime, hey Captain, what level of security do you want? Low, medium, or high?
Medium.
All right, here you guys are only going to be looking for out of gold a day.
That's fine.
How long would you like to set up for?
What was the estimated travel time again?
I did write that down this table, didn't I? I did not. Hold on, I need to figure out how many.
I said it was 3 weeks. didn't
That was so 4.5 inches a day. I believe it was something like that. Let me get the line pulled.
Yeah, well, 4.5 inches is travel by a boat,
Yeah.
which travels at 20 knots. So I need to know how.
So, how many inches is it that we can do a day?
That's what I'm about to figure out because a person walks an average of 3 to 4 miles an hour. So we're gonna go on the high end and say 4.
want to temporarily just stop this discussion to check for something that will alter things entirely. Is there anywhere here we can get anything resembling a mount?
To go through the forests of Micklefiery.
And into the mountains.
I don't know, horses.
I don't know. An oryx would be nice.
Well, I rolled a 17, so I'm probably not finding anything regardless, unless they're stupid common.
So it's,
And that 17 was on the that 17 was on the percentile dice.
it's
I know.
essentially 13 point something centimeters.
No, 25 on the percentile dice. So I'm probably not finding a mount.
So if you walk at 4 miles an hour, time 18 hours, 0.9. So an inch. 1 inch equals 1 day.
So
Okay.
13 days to get there.
13 days to get there and 13 days to get back.
What do you mean 13 days to get there? If a 0.9 is about an inch, it is roughly like 6 inches.
So that'd be
Alright.
6 days.
Yeah.
So
My math is wrong, okay?
yeah,
So it
two-
would be about 12 days, so 2 weeks.
So we'd
I-
want like a couple more, we'd want a few more days on top of that in case.
Yeah. I mean, I see 3 weeks as a good good choice based just on the fact that we may want to be able to, for example, spend a day to replenish spell slots.
Fair.
I mean, it's a
Or
gold per day. So, welcome back. You were rolled for, and you succeeded twice.
Cool.
Alright, so 3 weeks is a total of 21, so.
21 gold.
Yep.
You also
Darren-
have to bear. What is it? What was the price we were getting for the 10 bandits we got?
We don't know yet.
Yeah, but what was the estimate I had? There was 200 a head, I think.
You thought
I
about
didn't-
100.
100 a head?
You
Yeah.
Okay.
think. You actually have to go and turn them in and try and sell
Yeah.
the boat.
Fair
So I'm gonna have you roll a mercenary check to go and see if you can trade these guys in for payment. And does anybody want to try and sell the boat specifically?
Okay, so I'm going to assume a mercenary check is just going to be my diplomacy, as per usual.
Yep, that'll work.
Character sheet, diplomacy.
Oh, unless people want me to do the aggressive selling, someone else should probably do it if they've got a better diplomacy than me.
Okay, and I would have had several I would have had days to prepare spells, so I'll have my charismatic spells prepared. So this will be made at, I believe, a plus 15? No, plus 15 with a reroll. And I take whichever one is best, so I'm taking variance dice. Okay, so that's a 31.
Fantastic. Give me one moment here to...
And I have to subtract a gold piece, as usual, because material component of the spell.
do quick math here.
There is... Where's my gold? There it is.
And how many of these guys do you have?
We have 10 dudes. He told us they were packed onto their ship like sardines.
You were offered by the local reserve a total of 400 for all 10. It turns out that you guys aren't the first ones to bring some people from this island in, and it's been a consistent problem.
Okay, so I would also assume that location of bandit camp being on that island is 0 gold.
Unfortunately, yes. I rolled low on that percentile. They know it's there, they just can't do much about it because, you know, they've been gathering cannons and ballistas for a while.
Yeah. So I will inquire if someone were to handle the island problem. How much would that be worth?
50,000 gold is the current offering for somebody to get in there and make it stop.
Good for us to note when we have someone who can cast invisibility spells.
If only I was high enough I was high enough down my bloodline to have wings.
I mean, I'm eventually going to learn flight-based spells so I could get us in there.
Like I said, eventually I just get free permanent wings.
Yeah.
So
Who is selling the ship then?
Darren will sell the ship. I've got a decent dip, though.
Yeah, go ahead and roll that diplomacy for me, and I'm going to roll some things that I did not roll for this part already.
That'll be 25.
Yes?
I'll inquire while I am bountying. That I know that there is a reward for knowledge on bandit camps. And there's a reward for bandits being brought in.
Yes.
What is the Mikhail Fury's stance on the location of bandit camps that have recently been depopulated of bandits due to self-defending oneself to victory?
They don't care. It's becoming a problem in McKill Fury.
So, no, I mean, like, what is the reward for that?
Depends on the bandits, and depends on how much trouble they are. They just request that you steal in, or you bring in, any of their icons or what have you as proof.
Okay, so, like, camp insignia
Banners.
or something.
Yes, banners.
Okay. Good. Any bandit camps we find can be self-defended with extreme prejudice.
Yep.
Sirius,
like
you can
however-
just say we're clearing them out. You don't have to be. You can just say we're clearing them out.
I believe the proper term is deleted,
correct.
or in Viv's case, deleted. Yeet joke. Haha. 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 I find myself funny.
Pat.
But besides the
saying
point,
is that preemptive self-defense is a valid option.
the ship that you are trying to sell, Darren, as you go to sell it, the guy that looks it over basically tells you it's pretty much as basic as it gets, and it's seen better days. He says that work is going to unfortunately need to be done because the engine has been kind of treated like trash. And there's a lot of other quote-unquote modifications that are making it still run when it shouldn't. He will offer you a flat 3,000 for it. Mainly because the engine still has working parts that are actually worth something.
We ever commandeer a ship that hasn't had its engine overclocked?
There's a reason for that.
I know. I'm just saying. We are regularly we've in our time here we've dealt with 3 ships, and none of them have had normal ass engines.
They also haven't been piloted by normal ass people.
I mean, this is true.
I mean, technically the college students made legal modifications, so their engine was worth a little bit more. It's just, you wanted to give it back to the guy.
Yeah, well, that was the right thing to do.
He says with disdain in his voice.
Look, Darren is still grumpy at them because they rammed into the ship.
I mean, it's a valid point. I'm not going to argue this one bit. But...
And besides, the
Also-
brother was still paying it off. He's not that cruel.
Hey, Viv.
The Lunar Nimbus is,
Uh-oh, there goes Minuet again.
the Lunar Nimbus has been cleared. Damn it.
Nope,
Oh no, we can hear you now.
Give me a minute.
you're good.
Yeah, I was not informed of anything special about the engine of the thing. But okay.
Yep, the Lunar Nimbus's engine is not special. You guys went stock.
No, I'm saying that Minuet, the ship's engineer,
Mm-hmm.
was not informed of anything about engines.
The college students didn't do anything that was going to be fixable, trust me.
Okay.
Just because it's legal doesn't mean it's smart. Anyways, they kind of fucked a lot of that ship up just by ramming into yours, so... That was a thing.
Alright, so what am I needed for?
Very specifically, are you going with Cirrus to sell people? Are you staying on the ship for the time being until everybody regathers? I need to know what you're specifically doing.
Well, as a mercenary, I suppose I'll join Cirrus.
Now, flat out question for you. Do you own a compass?
I believe I do. Let me double check. I do.
You're with Cirrus dealing with a lot of the office's stuff. You guys managed to clear a lot of it out. It's as you're walking back that you have a moment where you do not get a will save for this. Your character finds themselves staring at what looks like sparsely forested land, unlike the wooden city you were before. It's slightly cold out, and as you look down at your hands, you notice that you're currently rolling up a map for some reason. You're wearing warmer than average clothing. As you find yourself coming to your feet, it looks like just a moment ago your hands were holding a map open on the ground.
I'm going to open the map and see what the fuck it was I was just looking at.
Nope, we're in narrative mode right now.
But
You are not in control as the body stands up, looks at a compass, traces his finger or traces a claw along it that look kinda similar to yours. And I actually need a compass to name the proper degree unit here.
no,
There it is.
there it is.
Come on, pull up the compass. There we go. And goes at, or stops at 330 degrees north by northwest. Whoever you're currently watching through or looking through the eyes of, their eyes drift over to a forested area. You can kind of distantly see the mountains. On the outside... Hey, Cirrus.
Yes.
You watch your Captain Ixodras suddenly stop, kind of stumble, go down on one knee, and literally act out rolling up a map, pulling out their compass, tracing to 330 degrees, and actually looking in that direction when Ixodras kind of comes back to her senses.
So, the first thing I do is see if I can use that curse sight ability to see if any thing fucky is going on.
You don't see any chains.
Okay.
You do, however, see Soul Thread. That is a little bit more notable here than it was before.
Okay.
More soul thread as in stronger, or more as in number?
As they can more clearly see that it's here. Dat was the only one in the party where Cirrus has so far been able to see a very strong soul thread. Ixodras has now had their second, or has now become second. Ix, you're got a compass out. You're facing a direction. Your finger's on 330. 330 degrees north by northwest.
Uh-huh. And we're still inside a building, I assume?
No, you guys are outside in the street. You literally stopped and did this in the middle of the street.
Ix just kind of looks down at the compass, closes their eyes for a minute, or for a moment, just trying not to swear loudly about this whole visions bullshit that she's going through, and then tries to see if she can see the section of the mountains that she was shown in said little vision thing.
It's actually easier to see the mountains kind of where your position is. You're in a city, so, you know, tall buildings do exist, but there's not as much forest and foliage blocking the sky. But now that you think about it, it's in the same direction that the other place was, you think.
I will
The other
grateful
place
with
meaning
another-
the church?
Where you guys think the church might be.
Eurus will ask Ix, so what was that about?
I'm assuming it's the same issue I've been having. Only
Figured
a
as
bit-
much.
Only apparently now it's, you know, not just me passing out and seeing things.
Yes, now you are doing things while seeing things.
While not being asleep.
Yes. One generally does not do much while sleeping, though.
Ugh. It's going to be a pain in the ass.
So this is the high priority to sort out.
I mean, I imagine if we got far enough away, it might affect me less, since it didn't really start doing anything until we got closer, but I would rather get this done with.
I mean, yeah, that's fair. I mean, it could be a proximity thing, which means it might get worse the closer we get, which is worth taking note of. Or it could be, you know, like a disease progressing itself. And the longer we take, the more it's going to affect you.
That's also fair. We'll figure it out as we go along.
I mean, either way, our only lead is go yonder.
Yeah.
A, you're not here. B, I am now basically a cleric of the idea of freedom. I'm making up words if I feel the need to make up words.
I'm just appreciating it.
Alright, let's go meet up with the others. Make sure we have enough supplies. Ugh.
Fantastic. The group is probably going to meet back up at the ship. I'm going to let you guys role play for a little bit because I'm going to run to the restroom really quickly.
I am going to go fill up my water bottle.
Then I'm still going to leave the stream running just that way you guys can talk when you're back. Burb.
BRB2 then, for that matter.
Never mind, I'm just going to throw up BRB screen.
I have a charge left.
So I had us all muted
Oh.
on my channel, and you all
Okay.
went and did something that I'm afraid of.
Don't worry about it. We didn't actually RP. Are we no longer muted?
No, we're not, but I don't want to know the bad joke that was told.
It's in
Good.
ship posting, don't worry.
Oh, it's a good post.
The only thing we did in-game related was we talked about buying rations and misinterpreted how we were buying the rations.
I hate this in all the wrong ways.
Yeah.
I hate this so much that I'm going to share this on stream.
It's basically what I did.
I go already did.
Yeah, well, now it's happening on our side too, so YouTube gets to feel our pain as well.
Victory.
Good. Good stuff.
There it is. Here it is. We're going to make it nice and big. I'm just going to make it huge. Ready? 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 Be memed. Be memed, but don't unsubscribe, please.
Be memed and subscribe because of it, please.
That'd also be nice.
Yes.
Here, I'm just gonna put this in the corner. It's just gonna sit in the corner now, so that way everybody can enjoy it for the rest of the stream. There it is.
Oh, that's not you.
Am I going to be contributing a meme per session now?
I mean, let's not be too memey. Let's create memes. Let's be trendsetters. Trendsetters.
Can Candle flip be a meme?
Probably
No,
just
the
hand it to
wiggle
Reddit.
candle is weird.
Right.
But we are live, so
Okay. So, what?
well, first and foremost, you guys are gonna head out of the city. Do you need to pick up rations, or did you guys already handle that?
I handled picking up rations. We didn't need to, but I picked up a lot more rations.
Because the ship had an odd number of gold.
Well, it had an even number of gold, but it wasn't a clean even.
You have no idea how tempted I am becoming to just give Darren the OCD trait already, or flaw already.
That's not Darren's problem, that's my problem. Because I'm bookkeeping.
But it's tempting to give it just straight to Darren too.
I mean, you could, it would be in line with him, but I'm not sure if that's a flaw or a boon.
It'd be both. I'll just have to figure out what reward you get for having to fix everything all the goddamn time.
I mean, he gets irrationally
Also-
angry when people damage the ship, so...
He's, reminds me of somebody else from a previous campaign.
So, hold on a second. He keeps all of the lists, has mild OCD, and gets irrationally angry when anything changes.
Oh no.
How good is he with interpersonal skills?
Middlingly. Also, oh no, I know what you're referring to.
I want to hear it.
Sorry.
Or that's serious. I want to hear it.
No, that's Cirrus saying this. This is Taigo saying this.
Taigo, finish the statement.
He may have the tisms.
I mean, yeah, probably.
I don't know if I could comfortably hand that out as a flaw in game.
Well,
Because-
it doesn't have to be though.
This is just armchair psychologying.
I mean, it's possible, but you know, if he gets a flaw, it's probably OCD.
All in favor of giving Darren OCD?
Aye.
Eh,
Ah.
let's have it.
The ass have it. I will deal with that later.
Yeah.
I should have asked chats. Combined.
Well, you've learned from this mistake, then, Eric.
Don't ask the
great.
party. You always get half answers.
Yeah, the non-committal response was what got it.
I will figure that out later. For the time
Okay,
being, it
so-
sounds like you guys are going to be heading out.
Yep.
Fantastic. I'm assuming Ranger is going to be doing the rangery thing, or attempting to, correct? The moment you all leave city.
Yes, he is. Guess what? I also have a fucking compass.
So the
I
funny...
would like to.
Go ahead.
I would
Hey,
like
you
to
know
just state
what?
that I will be using one of my second level spell slots to prepare Lay of the Land while we are making this trip.
Okay, you're going to have to send that to me, and what were you about to say, Minuet?
Okay, so I feel that a skill that I have that's applicable here is profession navigation.
It absolutely would be. Though, navigating works better with a map.
Yeah.
I mean, I can basically half-ass a map with this spell.
So here's the sad part. My class does not have survival as a class skill, but that may change. So I don't have the super bonus to survival, but I have ranks in it. Unlike
No,
this.
Rangers should have that. Check it right now and take the bonus, damn it.
Okay.
But he's not a ranger.
Oh,
I am
you're
a
not,
bard,
you're a
but-
bard. Never mind. I thought you were a ranger.
I
Right,
am
you're a
part
bard.
of the Ranger Corps.
He is a ranger the same way Thancred is a bard. He is a ranger by profession, not by class.
And I'm assuming with no ranks in Profession Ranger.
I have Profession Ranger Office Corps.
Right. Right. Never mind. You're stuck with that.
Yeah,
You're going,
look,
here are my prepared spells, and here is specifically Lay of the Land.
Got
if
it.
it's necessary, I have Geography, I have Local, I have Nature,
I
I
mean,
have
you
ranks in Survival.
you might be better off rolling Geography.
I mean, it's the stronger role.
Yeah, then you might be better off rolling that. Let's see. And you are also allowed to roll one there, Cirrus. And then if you'd like to roll a or navigation, you may attempt to. Just bear in mind that without a map, it's a lot harder.
Well, that's a 28.
Good to know.
Oh, well then, because 18 Geography. Darren may start to feel frustrated that he's worse at this than Minuet.
Well, Cirrus has got a 15 geography.
Yep. It is going to be with your rolls combined that you actually succeed, though. Because Minuet did not succeed on their own. You guys are doing things a little bit differently than the way that Minuet's used to doing it.
Yeah, I'm used to there being a boat.
A boat and stars, and, you know, you're in nowhere land.
I mean, there's still stars.
There is, so you can kind of get an idea where you are. Things are a little bit different on land, though. As far as traversing the skies versus traversing land are kind of two different subject matters. You can kind of farce it, but... Here, one moment here.
I mean, it's either that or a survival skill of 3.
By
Wait a
the way, it should
Oh,
be
no,
pertinent to note that Minuet should have the tent in his bag.
Okay.
So trust me when I say that you guys... that navigation will be better. Since I know what your ranks are in it. But... Here, I need... Who wants to symbolize the group? While y'all move about.
I mean, like, could we use the ship?
I'm not moving the ship. I can use a dot. What color of a dot do you want?
Here, yeah, just use this thing.
Or just use it, but use it.
I made a dot.
This is her arc.
If... Give me X. Come here, X. I'm gonna steal you. Then I'm gonna shrink you and see how small you go. Oh, you actually
Tiny.
go stupid tiny. Good. We're gonna make you this big. So I need to measure a tool here really quickly to exactly 1 inch. Whoops. Yep, there we go. So you guys leave city and it's not exactly how you expect it to be. You'd expect there to be lush forests as far as you've heard about McKeel Fury and everything else. No, what you guys are seeing are tree farms. The trees are evenly spaced in all directions in 4 cardinal directions, which gives them maximum amount of light, and it's like walking through a grid. The path does cut through and does seem to be leading into what seems to be more tree farms. It's kind of weird how perfectly aligned everything is. You're walking along and it does that weird grid thing that you see in a lot of videos nowadays. I don't know if you've ever driven past a tree farm, but it's a little bit messy with your head.
Yeah, because it does
I
that.
live at the end of the road where there's a tree farm.
Yeah, it does that sort of hallway illusion effect.
Yes, which is why there was an additional negative to the navigation stuffs.
It actually, if you travel a while down, such an area, a lot of times you'll, like, start getting kind of feelings of vertigo.
Yeah,
It's kind of weird.
there's a lot of tree farms in Wisconsin, surprisingly, so I've seen them a lot. But yeah, it is an interesting experience. So you guys have traveled 1 whole inch. I'm gonna need roll 2.
It should be worth noting that, due to the fact that everything is so nice and grid-like, though, at the very least, it's easy to keep traveling a straight line.
Hard to actually. Yeah, it's very hard to actually, like, get lost per se. It's just you can lose your bearings and, like, be like, was it 10,000 or was it 11,000 before we needed to make this turn?
Yeah, it's a weird experience when you're in like middle of nowhere Wisconsin driving down a country road and you run into a giant tree farm because they feel like forever.
Yeah, so I'm using survival for this roll, by the way, because geography's not going to save me here. That'll be 18 for survival.
Gotcha.
I mean, if we can
And
use
17 navigation.
if we can use survival for it, I should probably be using that too, because oh, I forgot to add the +1 to that previous thing because my intelligence, but my wisdom is 4 and my intelligence is 1.
Yeah, but you're also using a spell to boost, so whatever's higher is fine with me. What was your minuet? What was your roll?
Well,
17.
Got it.
well, I mean, it also boosts survival checks to avoid getting lost.
Yes.
Nice.
Which is a good thing, because otherwise this would be a really terrible roll, and is instead only a mediocre roll of 13.
Yep. You guys got mediocre rolls. You guys are still fine. It's just today was one of those days that walking through the tree farms became mind-numbing. You're not really sure how far you managed to actually travel today.
Any signs of banditry?
Unfortunately, no. You guys are close enough to the city currently where that is not a thing. For now, at least. That may be subject to change later on. I'm going to need another one.
Right?
Where's the flick? Where is flick? I want to
19.
flick.
A
Oh.
little better this time.
That's only a 9.
There's flick.
As two of us grab the piece to make sure it doesn't go flying.
That would be a 22.
22. What was yours, Minuet?
19.
So you guys are actually fine. This is the first time where you guys start to see what looks like natural tree growth start to break up the monogamy that is literally tree farm after tree farm. As you guys come to the end of the road, you see your first sign of a house. It looks like. Way out here, you see what looks to be a small house off in the distance as you guys are getting ready to camp. And off to the left, you see an area that seems to be kind of bog-like. You see wild trees. You're pretty sure you see standing water. And... oh, Ixodras.
Fuck.
As your eyes wander over the bog, you are once again taken over to a state where you're once again looking at something. Where the bog was, you see what looks like a small town. You see about 5-6 houses, and it looks like you would assume maybe it's a tavern or something. You see some large sort of a mill-style thing, and you're pretty sure that you're standing outside of what was a general store. Your eyes once again go down to your compass, which of course you're going to pull out at this moment in time. And it is going to go to... hold on again because my compass shut. And I need that dang compass. Come back to me, compass. Come back to me. 310. Northwest. Right on the nose. As your eyes travel back up, you see another path that is going to the northwest. It looks like it is just south of the mountains. It looks like you're following a road that, as you open your eyes, you realize is no longer there. Once again, everybody gets to watch that all puppet out.
Oh, by the way, that happened in the middle of town. Not the exact thing, but that basic thing. We haven't decided whether or not it's getting close to the place that's causing it, or it's just something that's progressing over time.
It's both. We've already established that her fugue states become more frequent and more intense the closer we become and the longer it takes.
Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, I guess I hadn't considered A and B as a solution.
It's annoying.
A squared plus B squared equals C. You're getting somewhere now.
Well, the thing is, it's intensified greatly in the past few weeks, since, well, we actually came towards Mickle Fury. I'm sure it would have progressed at a much slower rate if we were further away. You could say that the closeness is causing a rapid progression, whereas normally it would continue anyway.
Not a curse, by the way. I just said it's not a curse, by the way.
Here's a thought. Maybe it's neither.
What do you mean?
Okay. Maybe it's not dependent on her. Maybe it's dependent on wherever we're going. Maybe we need to be there within a certain time frame for something.
Big theory.
Something, 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 the overgods don't exist, something, something.
I could barely hear the last bit.
Minuet is suggesting that it's based on time, not necessarily distance or...
And also that it's not something that's... I'm essentially being the recipient of what is actually progressing, which is somewhere, which is where we're trying to get to.
Though it is worth noting, Varian, that your microphone is really low today.
Let me see if I can fix that.
Yeah. I think it has to do with their internet going...
Yeah.
Because
Yeah,
I can't describe that any better than that. I'm a technical support person, people. I do IT and, dev testing stuff for a living.
Did that fix anything?
It's
Sound
clear.
louder.
Yeah, and louder. So.
Yes.
Oh my goodness, your
Okay,
ping
cool.
dropped in the game, too. Nice.
Clearly it was his microphone that was the issue.
Yes, the microphone caused all issues. We have fixed everything. Everything.
Good job.
And then it immediately
Good
spikes up to 999.
The answer
Oh,
to all
right.
problems is screaming!
I mean, you wouldn't believe how often that works in the technical support field.
Called it.
Oh, yeah, I did just jump up to 999.
We're good for now, though. So yeah,
Okay.
you got a compass. There is a bog in the way of where you're currently pointing. However, you could change directions if you'd like.
Ugh.
Though it is
No.
night, so you guys have a chance to talk about this if you'd like as well.
Might as well.
Is
So,
there a
you know.
visual focal point?
Hmm? Oh, like a landmark?
Correct. That way,
Oh, oops.
even if we move
Sorry.
askew from wherever your visions are pointing you, we can still go in the same direction.
I don't know. Is there Era that I can see?
It looks like the town was your reference point this time, but this is a town that no longer exists. It looks like there's a bog where it was, which is interesting.
I mean, the only reference point I really had to use was, the town that isn't here anymore. And instead we have a bog.
Okay. So, I say, because I don't really want to get muddy and stuff out here where it's not a good place to wash up. How about we go around?
Secondary question: does the house look occupied?
Yes.
Darren's going to go knock on the door.
You knock on the door, and it looks like somebody roll me a d12.
Yeah, this is the D12.
4.
Or that, okay.
The person that answered looks half elf of medium age. So their kids are probably grown. And he looks down and he goes, "Yes?
Good evening.
Hello?"
Would you happen to know an easier path northwest besides traipsing through the bog?
If you go around to the south, you'll avoid most of the water. Just stay next to the tree line. It's a safe spot. Just avoid the willows. Why are you going through my bog?
We have business on the western end of the cluster.
Oh. Alright, just don't burn anything down. We're good. Thumbs up.
Good. I don't think any of us know any fire magic anyway.
That's very good to hear. Just once again, avoid the willows, and you'll be fine. They grow where the water is the heaviest, so stick next to the pines. I got an oak over there somewhere. Haven't been down that way in a while.
Why should we avoid the willows?
You just said because it's where deep water is.
Willows will seek out water and grow in very, very awkward places to get as much water as possible.
Ah,
So if you're following the willows, you're probably walking on thin ground.
And inconveniently sized is this bog?
Oh, hi. It's only takes me about 2-3 hours to walk around, to be honest.
Alright, that's not bad at all.
So to walk across the bog, how long would that take?
Maybe an hour if you can find a path that's safe. There's a lot of debris, old wood out there. It's hard to tell where the ground's safe to stand on and not. My brother sank probably 30 minutes out. Got a really weird
Okay,
disease.
And if you could just walk in a straight line, under an hour easy?
Oh yeah.
Cool.
As I said,
That's what.
it's hard to tell
let's
what
rest
you're
the
doing
night,
out
guys.
there.
Darren raises an eyebridge. Why would we bother going through the bog?
Because it's faster.
You speak as though we're on a time crunch.
True. And it would suck to waste a third level spell on that.
Let's just go around and do the smart thing.
Fair enough. I just want everyone to know that I can prepare water walk.
Darren literally just points to his wings and walks past Cirrus.
Yeah, well, not all of us can do that.
Also, he did mention that his brother got a weird disease when he sank.
Apparently.
Well, that would probably be a problem if we were not on top of the water.
We don't know that, so let's just go around.
Around it is. So you guys will only be traveling 0.8 today, which is fine. I can handle that part. In the meantime, why don't you guys go ahead and make your rolls?
Pew.
24.
16.
Give me a sec.
Thank you. Thank you, Magic Floating Green Hand.
Magic floating green hand does sign language that says you're welcome.
Ixodras Van Officer. Ossifer. I love it. Okay, Ossifer.
Oh, you didn't know her full name?
It's addressed Van Balesar.
I didn't actually know it, no.
Yeah.
21 survival.
Oh god, you guys are absolutely fantastically fine today. You guys make it around the bog, interestingly. While you guys are walking, you can actually see the remnants of what look like manufactured wood sticking out the ground here and there, in the bog itself. The bog kind of smells funny, though. You guys definitely hear the sounds of very strange reptiles and stuff like that. Probably all natural. Maybe possibly completely all natural. You think it's all natural because you're not in there, so it doesn't matter what's actually in there.
Here's a question.
Mm-hmm.
Knowledge engineering, is it your usual sulfur box map? Or is it, more than that?
Go ahead and roll it.
Come on.
Oh, that's not nice.
I mean, it's kind of true, though.
I mean, it is. Just because it's nice, just because it's true doesn't mean it's nice, though.
True.
What?
Somebody made
Ella
a
said-
Dr. Roboto joke.
Oh. Also, goddamn, my desk won't roll in.
Yeah, you're back at 999 again. Do you want somebody to roll for you?
He 999 so hard it flipped
Yeah.
upside down and got
Just,
stuck at 666.
Yep. Knowledge engineering +6. So,
Alright, hold on.
Yeah.
22.
Thank you very much. I need to look this up to make sure I am correct about what I'm about to say.
I'm amused that Era likes my character's name.
I kind of love it. As far as you're aware, you're not getting the hydrogen sulfide as much as you're getting carbon dioxide and methane out of this, you think.
Oh no, it's a fart bog.
Yeah, it kind of smells like rotting more so than anything.
Blaine's
oh,
disease.
so, not plant matter, type smell. Okay.
Yeah, it is definitely more of the smell of rotting bodies.
Oh.
So, you know, weird diseases, probably not necessarily taken over by plant matter yet. I mean, you do see the remnants of a possible civilization at one point in time being here.
Cirrus would just go over her mental notes, and she also was around that half-elf. That is a
Yeah, but,
ridiculously high to try to remember if he seemed like he might have been a serial killer dumping bodies in the bog.
No. Because you guys would have been easy targets elsewise for a serial killer. No offense. Strangers coming up to your door is like, hi, you're dead.
Roll initiative. Ixodrash did literally say there was a town here, and now it's a bog. So, it
yeah, so
might have been a sudden, might have been a fairly sudden
Minuet will Minuet will relay the information that that doesn't smell good and that we should not be anywhere near that.
I wonder if there's zombie reptiles in there.
I don't want to know.
I just have to say that it's entirely in character for Cirrus to immediately question whether or not the person living near the body-smelling bog is a serial killer.
He said it's his bog. He didn't say they were his bodies.
I do also want to point out, it took you guys 3 hours to walk around the bog, and Ixodrash only saw a small portion of what looked like a very tiny town. Doesn't mean there wasn't more of it.
Yeah.
Just ask.
Yeah, it could have gotten quite a bit bigger before everything went to shit.
I wonder what caused it to become a bog in the first place.
Who knows? Actually, wait a minute, Era.
Mm-hmm.
In one of my visions, this wasn't a floating island, was it?
No. In your original visions where you're standing on the edge of a plateau, this wasn't. It was in your second vision where you saw yourself falling, that you saw from another perspective the island raising up.
There's a better than zero chance the thing that turned this into the bog is mist fuckery.
Yeah. Well, Ixodrash is going to point out, well, in the first vision, the bog wasn't here. I mean, at least the very first vision that took place, this place wasn't a floating island yet, so maybe during the transition?
When in doubt, mist fuckery.
By the way, hey Viv.
Seems fair.
Again.
Not as bad this time. It only lasts a second. You guys get through the bog. You're following the compass for a certain distance. And it's suddenly, it's just a moment. You once again will pull out the compass, yes. But you probably pulled that out on impulse. Because you're not actually here. You are going to be here if you follow these directions. As you leave the bog, you're going to look down at a compass with the town behind you. Look up and see a path that goes way more north. In this particular case, it's actually going at 340 degrees, so it's north by northwest at this point. I need you to roll me a perception check, though, or a survival.
Hold on. You said it was 340.
Yep.
North, west. Okay.
Bear in mind, you can just write down the numbers because the numbers are what matters. I'm just alliterating more because not everybody knows what degrees are.
There. You said perception?
A perception or a survival. It is your choice.
That's funny that you think I can roll survivals. Where's my dice? God damn it. It's only a 14. It was almost a 30.
I mean, you always have your one reroll.
Okay.
If you want it. You don't have to take it. You can also save it.
There you go, 27.
You're going to be the first one to notice that there is indeed a path. It looks old, you can barely tell it's there. That seems to lead in that direction.
Ugh. Alright, well, Extress gonna point it out. And be like, here we go. This looks like the way we're supposed to go.
So from this point on, perception, survival, and knowledge geography will now all count towards following a path. So on to the next day. Roll your things. Announce what they are.
Perception. 12. God damn it.
Oh, well, if I'm allowed to use perception.
So,
Perception,
same.
survival, knowledge, geography.
I mean, you all have an actual path to use now. Nice, nat 20.
It's okay, Sirius rolled a
Actually-
fucking 20.
22 perception.
Okay. Minuet?
Do I need to roll for you, Minuet? I need to roll for you, Minuet.
how about I 10? So 20.
Alright. 20 it is. No, you guys are going to be fine for this particular day, and actually following the path is going to be a very unique experience. It's where you would be, which you're going to be... Somebody move the marker here, please.
Hold on.
Thank you.
So, I have another idea for a thing to do. Minuet, while, they traverse, is going to, play his bamboo a little bit, while they, are traveling.
Oh, we just lost somebody. Oh, there's Darren. Alright, you're going to be playing your Bawu?
Yes.
Please tell me what your intent is in private.
Okay.
So, tippity-tappity. Oh, yeah. Dice flick. Dice
fuck?
just went everywhere. Tyago is, trying to be you right now and destroy my table. Is what's going on there.
To the dice tower.
Alright.
Vari's typing to me right now.
I'm
Okay.
typing.
I asked for his intents in private because I need to know... Because this can get weird.
We could easily be adding a +1 to, like, all of these survival, perception, etc. rolls by Inspire competence.
I don't have that.
Oh, okay. Oh, I could totally be adding a +1 to any of these rolls because guidance.
Ding! I was wondering when you were going to remember that one.
I never remember that one, except when I'm making diplomacy checks.
Alright.
The party's diplomancer, okay? Our
Alright.
job is to pew-pew lasers at things and make diplomacy checks.
So, Minuet is going to be playing the Bawu. Have you guys ever played a video game that accidentally loads two areas at once?
Oh?
Does not sound familiar. Also, I'm upset that we missed the opportunity to play the Bawu in the Bayou.
Yeah. Alright, so that's not going to be a thing then. So I've got to actually...
No.
I've actually got to describe things. Holy crap. Ever been walking down a road and swear to God that you saw something out of your corner of your eye that doesn't exist?
All the time.
Yep.
Okay. Have you ever had that happen consistently while walking?
Oh, is this the kind of loading error where stuff is flickering in and out because it's overlapping?
Yes.
Oh, Z fighting.
There we go. So you guys hit a point where you're following this path that when you guys are only half paying attention, you guys actually rolled high enough to catch this. When you're not paying as much attention to the road itself and trying to follow it, it seems to be easier to pick out. You guys are seeing trees that don't grow in this area specifically, or more or less, you swear you see a tree off to your left and it's not there, but things are just peripheral vision picks up things that are, when you actually look directly in that path, aren't there. You guys seem to be in a quasi-dense forest if your peripherals would give you any indication, but you're in a lightly forested area that seems to be well picked over, and you see a lot of stumps from where trees were cut down. You're probably in the wilds of McHill Fury now, the areas that they just kind of come and grab things and leave every once in a while based on what it looks like, but your peripherals picking up some of these trees actually still being there, and trees that are obviously haven't been here there. It's extravagantly surreal.
Cirrus will proceed to turn to Ix and say, "Great, you're contagious."
Now, I'm going to let you openly roleplay for just a moment. I'm going to be right back.
Either she's contagious or Minuet is right. Which is perhaps all the more disturbing.
Right about what?
About the fact that it's the location we're going to, not Ixadras's herself, that is the issue.
Right, yes, that.
Well, now you guys get to deal with what I get to deal with. Except this isn't quite as jarring.
Except we have full motor control. And we're not
Also,
passing out.
Yet.
And we don't have voices in our heads, mostly.
I've only had voices in my dreams, thankfully.
Darren is specifically looking at Cirrus when he says that last bit.
I don't have voices in my head.
I have to assume that Fate is talking to you.
Man, if it's talking, it needs to turn up its volume. Mostly I just fly by the seat of my pants and it works out.
I mean, isn't that the standard modus operandi for us adventurers?
Well, yes, that's why I don't consider it anything special. And we haven't seen any bandits on our way out here. Can we take a different path back?
Are you going to complain every time we don't drag somebody to a town in order to get money for their presence?
Of course not. We were given permission to wipe out their camps and take back their banners instead.
I can just imagine Darren and Cirrus kind of just having a long stare at each other after that.
Yeah.
It would be impractical to bring someone back for the week and a half's worth of walking. Did I remind you that my bounty hunting has landed us one of our biggest paydays?
And I'm sure we're not going to hear the end of it.
Of course not, because we're going to be doing more bounty hunting and getting more big paydays.
Until which point?
I don't know. Never really thought that far. So, not in character. Why is your connection so bad today, Varian?
I have no idea. It was bad yesterday too. Like it started around the time you had internet issues, and it just continued.
Well, that's unfortunate because my internet issues have resolved themselves. Comcast decided to stop being shit.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Welcome back.
I appreciate it. So, you guys have to actually camp out in this madness.
But yeah, and it persists even after Minuet stops playing his Bawu.
Yes, unfortunately, your Bawu is not adding to the effect. The night just makes it more fucky on your head.
Okay.
Because, you know, it's now dark and your
Okay.
peripherals are limited, so things become more shadowy. Which, by the way, Cirrus, you find an awkward comfort in.
Hey,
Did we just lose Ix?
yes.
Well, Snapple, are they still in the voice?
Yeah, I think.
Not saying anything, though.
They might have just
Hey,
lost
Viv.
internet. Tonight is the night of internet
No.
issues.
Oh, still, yeah.
Viv, if you can hear us, say words.
I hope Viv isn't muted for some reason.
Oh, I just got a and there went my internet.
Oh boy.
He just messaged.
Alright, I guess we're hanging out for a moment. Hi, chats! Combined. Hi, YouTube land.
Holy shit, my dice are fucking teleporting across the board when we do this.
Let's not break Vari's internet more. Yep. Okay.
And there went Viv.
Yep. Viv's usually not gone long, so I'm not as worried about it. But I'm gonna wait. Because reasons.
Because this
Yeah, it's
is
like
directly tied to Viv's story.
as-
Yeah, very specifically that reason.
Okay, well, I see he just launched Tabletop Sim, so that would mean internet is back.
There we go.
There we go. We got
Hooray!
Captain!
Alright, that was interesting.
At least you're back. So did you catch the last part I said?
No. I said, I heard we settled down to camp in this madness, and that was it.
Yep, so more or less, it's a little bit more fucky on your guys' head at night specifically, mainly because, you know, shadowy darkness and weirdness, and I told Cirrus that for her specifically, it's actually awkwardly comfortable being in a place that feels like you're in two places.
Well, then as we're settling down for the night, Cirrus is going to do an experiment.
Please tell me.
Cirrus is going to take a part of this crazy fuckery, misty double vision land, and is going to cast Haunting Mists at it.
I'm going to need to figure out what that is. Give me one moment.
It's one of the spells you said that was on my, Wait, is that the one I dropped? This is a second level spell. Is that the one I dropped? Yeah, that is actually the one I dropped. Never mind. For future reference, this is the spell.
Yep, I already grabbed it.
Okay. But since I don't have that prepared,
You
I'm not gonna
probably
go.
got other. You probably have other shadow things.
Well, no, I wanted to test specifically this.
So you're going to cast
because-
that, correct?
Well,
But you
no, I'm
dropped
not,
it.
because I don't have it prepared. It was the one I dropped in order to prepare Lay of the Land every day.
Got it.
Ah.
Yep, so you are not going to be able to cast it.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. It's fine. It's just, you're in an awkwardly comfortable situation. This does not bother you at all. A new part of you feels at home here.
That doesn't terribly surprise me, given the amount of shadowy fuckery that I am now capable of.
Yep, still haven't shifted your first time and used that.
No, I haven't. Haven't had a reason to.
Nope. I was planning on having something happen, but we're dealing with other things for now.
Yeah.
But,
Hold on a second, I've never actually asked. Am I aware I can do this?
oh, absolutely no. You know there's a part of you in there that's different. You just have to access it the first time.
Okay, so I'm not actually aware of what it does. I'm just aware that...
Yeah, you're aware that there's something that you... I mean, you technically signed a contract
Yeah.
with an elder being, so...
Yes, I'm technically a warlock. We've discussed this several times.
Yes. You just... You haven't played with it at all, so... You
Yeah.
also haven't cast a single shadow spell yet.
I have
Which one?
blasted the that ship's captain with gloom blind bolts.
Oh, right, but that was low level. That wasn't, like...
That's a third level spell. That's my highest spell level.
Is it? Oh, this isn't a...
Yes.
Okay, this isn't a 5th level spell where things get wonky. You're okay.
Yeah. I
I
don't
was
have
about to
fifth
say-
level spells yet.
Yeah, this is the highest spell you got now. You're not playing with the
Yeah.
higher level stuff I handed you.
Yeah. Well, I can't play with the higher level stuff you handed me.
No,
I can't cast those spells yet.
I know. I mean, there's... Y'all can always fuck around and find out, too. Just saying. Alright, so we're gonna go... You all are rolling perceptions. I need this last perception from y'all.
Actually, hold on a second. You have caused me to raise an interesting thought point.
What's that?
Considering that I feel comfortable here,
Aye?
this will actually be the first time I try to tap into the shadowiness.
Perfect. So for the first time, I actually do need you to roll a will save.
Oh, good. High.
I need to know totals.
I don't know yet. I just know it's high.
Yep. High is not a number. High is a concept.
And
sometimes a
28.
Or agree.
Yeah, 28.
Hi, Def.
Wait, no, not 28. Sorry, 24.
Or
I forgot that my will save already factors in my wisdom score.
yes. So what's your total again?
24.
Hey, somebody roll percentile for me. That's not Taigo.
Okay.
I need to see if this place is actually
Okay.
going to give them the boon for their first pull.
58.
All right. So, are you doing this in front of the party, by the way? I need a description of how. I need full description of how you're going about this at this point.
I'm not going to be actively trying to hide from the party, but I'm also not going to be making an active attempt to be seen by the party as I do this.
So you are going off a little bit of ways on your own then, I would assume?
Yeah,
Staying within fire sight?
basically, yeah.
Alright, so I'm going to need the party to roll perceptions at some point here. And how are you going about this? How are you trying to pull on this?
Well, the first thing is, Cirrus would probably actually tell them, I'm going to go over there and try something. I'm not exactly sure what I'm going to do, but...
Hey,
What's
Ix,
some cleric-y stuff?
Perception.
good to know. Hey, Ix,
Yep.
you have a fancy spell that you learned from somebody.
I do.
And I'm going to probably try to pull this off with,
I don't. Why is my fancy spell being mentioned?
What does it do again?
Let me pull up the page for it. I think I know.
My
what it does.
perception, by the way, is 26.
Thank you.
I'm probably going to try to do this through some form of meditation.
Oh, you get to choose a single physical ability score, and I get a plus. You get a +5 bonus to skill checks associated with that ability score.
Oh, it's only physical? I thought it was both.
No, it's physical.
Okay, never mind. I thought that was also mental. So you are going to meditate and try to pull it forward, correct?
Yeah.
Alright. You've already rolled your wisdom or your will save, so we're gonna skip on that part. Anybody want to throw anything in when you see him go off into the darkness? You guys can clearly see him from your distance. Somehow. In the fuckiness.
Well, I mean, well, light vision stuff.
Yep.
I have dark vision, so...
You have to
Oh, robots.
Minuet is just going to turn into a robot and vanish.
Yep. Yep.
We can hear you again.
Just gonna chill by the fire.
Alright.
No, that's the opposite of what you're supposed to be doing by fire. You're supposed to warm up by it.
Yeah.
Alright. So, Cirrus,
Yes.
your first experience with this in this place, unfortunately, is not going to be as you wish it to be. As you draw upon that feeling deep inside of you that finds comfort, you feel it kind of surge forward harder than you expect it to.
Okay.
And there's a few brief moments where you feel completely and utterly empty. What the party sees and what you're going to wake to afterwards is his form goes dark. And from it, it seems to release a shadowy energy that kind of gives him the silhouette of a dragon. Claws bared, teeth out. It looks like he's trying to grasp for something that isn't there. Surprisingly long tail. And then, just gone. You find yourself standing as if you're trying to reach for a weapon that is not on your back.
So I try to touch my inner darkness, then I immediately go for a greatsword.
Nope, you went for a longsword specifically.
I-
You over.
I'm making a joke.
Ah. Oh, I'm not touching that one. Nope.
Before we know it, I'm going to have a blood gauge.
Nope. It seems that he might have tried to push it too hard.
I got the joke.
I didn't. I'm stupid.
Play 14.
I do, but I only touched Death Knight a little bit. Damn it.
So
Dark
so
Knight.
little that you don't even know it's Dark Knight.
Shh.
It's also been a while.
It's been a while, and I also played WoW for way longer than I played Final Fantasy XIV, and brain don't do brain things after working.
Well, you know what? We're gonna fix that first problem.
So gentle meditation inside the shadow place was trying too hard.
You rolled really high in your will save. The place rejected it.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
I brained too good.
Yes. You'll probably understand once you guys actually make it to the place that you're going to.
So, from the outside, and probably also from Cirrus's perspective, it's hard to tell if this is a success or a failure.
Absolutely is. You guys see something that looked... Well, that was kind of fucking cool, but that looked like a moment of blind rage.
Maybe he'll just take a long swig from his water skin.
Oh, are you doing that thing where you're slurping water to break the silence?
Yes.
So I'm not aware during this. Like I effectively passed out during this.
You felt emptiness. Like a deep emptiness. Like something was taken away for a brief moment. And then you're just standing there. So yes.
They're all just kind of looking at me.
Yep.
And then
Cool, it was my turn, I say.
slurp sounds.
So, I didn't get any cool visions. What did I do?
Oh. Well, you did.
You did a thing! And Darren clapped sarcastically.
Can you be more descriptive?
You, for roughly several seconds, appeared to turn into some sort of dragon, and then turned back.
So, alright then, until further knowledge is acquired. If I get my soul sucked out, I apparently become a dragon.
That's a disturbing notion. Especially considering dragons aren't generally soulless.
I just felt de-souled for a moment there.
Huh. Darren begins to silently contemplate if he will get de-souled.
I'm gonna need your perception checks for the next day.
Perception, etc. checks?
Yes.
Okay.
Also, I apologize. I sent you things.
I'm actually going to, for this day, I'm going to drop Summon Monster 2 for Haunting Mists.
26 perception.
23.
25 survival.
Fantastic. So you're gonna move
That is the candle, not my dice. Have you ever reached for a dice and grabbed a candle?
I mean, only once, but it hurt a little. This is also what happens when you have like 32 dice and a million candles. You guys are going to have another day of that weird perception, but it actually starts to flicker in and out when you guys hit the mountains. When you guys hit the mountains, hey X.
Here we go again.
Aye, once again with the compass in hand, you're going to get very, very, very precise when it comes down to it. Measurements. It's instructing you to go exactly 354 degrees north. Because that's where you point. It seems at one point the road converges. When you come to, though, you realize that one of these paths goes right off the island.
Well, that's use. That's.
We should take that one. Sirius says, clearly sarcastic.
I mean, I could, but that would probably lead to the siege enginery, and I don't feel like being blown out of the sky by a bolt.
You guys are going to follow this road, and it actually takes you further into the mountains than you think it should, once again. Bear in mind the weird ultra-reality is something that kind of fades in and out as you guys are getting closer. It seems to be strongest down off the mountains for some strange reason.
Huh.
You guys are going to set up for the night. Are you guys going to choose a space where this seems to be currently present or awkwardly lacking?
So we're following the path and it goes off the mountains?
One of them does. You guys rolled high enough to the point where you're going to be continuing into the mountains for now. The other path was a side note for Ix specifically.
Why everyone gotta be logging into Steam to play things today? No one ever logs into Steam to play things, and now that it's capturing on my stream, everyone's logging into Steam.
You can make yourself, like, invisible or silence those, you know.
Well, I've never needed to.
Do you guys want to do it in the weird altar space or between? Or in the non-altar space is the question.
Is there really that much of a difference?
There is. You can deal with either weird altar second reality overlaying everything, or you can not deal with it.
I mean, Nick Stress doesn't really care.
Darren's had enough of this weird vertigo bullshit that started with the freaking grids of trees, so he's gonna push for us to be outside of the altered reality zone.
Good to know.
Cirrus has her own tent, and since she's comfortable there, is going to be setting her tent over in the weird ultra-reality zone. What is the point of changing my primary monitor if things come up on this monitor anyways?
Oh my gosh.
Been there. Do we need a moment?
Also, I'm gonna. Well, Minuet's going to hang with Sirius, just because he would feel bad having Sirius all alone.
Okay. So, I'm assuming it sounds like Darren and Ix are going to be in the knot, while the other two are going to be on the inn. Does that sound fair?
So, you're saying we make
Yeah.
our camp on the border of the zone, and two of us are sleeping in it, two of us are sleeping out of it.
I might be on the outside. I might be looking in. I might be able to see through you, see your true colors. I'm not going to continue quoting the song. Okay. Yeah, basically that sounds like what you guys are intending to do.
Okay, well, I mean, I'm going to kind of follow this line. And somewhere away from the tent, so it does not overlap the tent in any way, shape, or form, I'm going to cast Haunting Mists on this line.
You cast Haunting Mists?
Yeah.
Yep.
And I am going to step into the mists and see how I feel. On the non-fucky side.
It feels like you're in a shadowy spot, so you're a little bit more comfortable, but it still feels like you're outside.
Okay, now I'm going to step over into the fucky spot, covered by Haunting Mists, and see how that feels.
More at home, you feel like you're in more than one place. More than two now.
Okay, so I actually feel, like, extra comfortable. Like, before I felt comfortable in the shadowy, fucky place, and now I feel extra comfortable there.
Not necessarily extra comfortable. That feeling hasn't changed. The difference is it feels like there's more here now.
Okay, so, I still consider this to be an improvement over how it was before?
Subjective. It depends on
Okay.
whether or not you like being aware of presences that aren't there.
All right.
Because some people are completely comfortable with that. Other people absolutely hate the idea that they can feel a person in the room that's not actually in the room. However, some people find absolute comfort knowing that there's something in the room that's not in the room.
Eh. So, I'm going to try the meditation thing again. Haunting Mist lasts a fair while. I'm going to do it in there.
Roll your will save. Does anybody want to do anything fancy when they go to do it again?
Well, they're going to have a bit of a hard time doing that, considering they're not going to be able to see me for shit.
Yeah, well, Minuet's just gonna chill by the,
Wait, I
pit,
rolled even
and
higher.
then,
I got a 26.
Somebody roll percentiles for me, please.
Okay. $22.
All right. This is the first
I
time.
guess I would like to state that I'm not going to be just so much doing just a pure meditation as it is going to be like trying to get in contact with the shadowy bit and exert some control over it.
Good to know. You also didn't roll the bad number this time. So we're good. What you're going to experience is you're going to feel the emptiness again, however, it's not going to be exactly the same. Explaining negative energy and balance is fucking hard, so give me like 30 seconds for my brain to reboot. What is a good way of describing that, honestly?
I know.
Because you enter the state of mind where you can kind of feel like you're in between everything.
The entropic void of annihilation between matter and non-matter.
There we go. There's something that's complex and ununderstandable enough for me to use.
Walking the lines where this meets that.
Yes. I was going to use the crossroad analogy, but then I realized that has connotations.
Did you just quote a man from a bar in Planescape Torment, guy?
If I did, it wasn't intentional.
Because there's a man that gives you a
I know. I believe
little-
they're like the letter
little-
Q or something.
yeah.
What you find yourself in
No,
is...
no, that's you're talking about O. But yeah.
What you find yourself in is kind of in a hazy mist that seems to be an extension of your own body that does take in a slight appearance or a slight akin to your patron. Slightly longer, thicker tail. You can kind of feel like you have claws that you don't have. You feel like you have a muzzle that you don't have. But you're kind of in this whole in-between state.
Alrighty.
You take on a slightly draconic appearance while you're enveloped in the shade, and your physical form would legitimately kind of become one with it in a way. So nobody's going to be able to tell the difference between where you begin and where the shadow begins.
I mean, unless they're within 5 feet of me, they're not seeing me, period.
Nope. But that is what you're experiencing.
Okay. And I'm lucid about this.
You're absolutely aware of your situation.
I proceed to step out of the haunting mist and ask, am I still a dragon?
Are you stepping into the light?
Considering it's night, we need to define light.
In the campfire light, probably.
Yeah,
So out of your shadowy thing.
out of the haunting mists, but within vision now.
Yes.
Okay, because I don't know. Because out of character, I have no idea how close you need to get to a light source before it hurts.
You have dark vision, you're fine.
No, I think
them?
Kai's talking about specifically, as far as I understand, even normal sunlight isn't bad. It's only when it becomes
Enchanted.
Jesus fucking Christ light.
Yes. Magical lights.
Yeah.
The shadows exist in all form or all levels of illumination, except for pure darkness and pure light. Magic that has a light or dark descriptor use pure forms.
I mean, night itself is just the shadow of the earth.
Kind of, but you don't get any boost from that. Neither does any shadow dragon or shadow being. There's a different event where that becomes important, but we're not going into that right now.
Yeah, I was just saying that. So I asked them, yo, dudes, am I still a dragon?
Is he still a dragon?
He has a silhouette that seems to be blended in with them that gives them dragonic qualities, but not quite being a dragon. It is hard to tell where they begin and where they end between this energy that seems to be there. It's like they're quasi.
Minuet, just... Yeah, Minuet, just sitting by the tent, like, sharpening a knife, is like, well, kind of. You've got a shadowy thing.
Darren briefly pauses writing in his journal, looks up. That's a nice illusion. Goes back to the journal.
I'm going to let you guys roleplay for a moment. I'm going to be right back.
I don't think it's an illusion. I did the thing I did before but I'm in control of me this time, and...
I'm saying it's
We
an
are
illusion because
literally going out to a place because our captain keeps going into fugue states with visions. I'm pretty sure I deserve a little bit more credit for the fact that I was pretty sure I was touching some sort of shadow thing dragon inside of me.
Darren sighs, snaps his book shut. Cirrus. A majority of shadow magic is considered illusionary. Shadows are by nature semi-solid. They permeate creation itself. They are, by proxy, illusion. So whatever you are now, as he waves his book in a circle at Cirrus, you are clearly still yourself. You're just projecting a different shadow. So it's a nice illusion.
I mean, I don't know. Feels like more than that. I mean, I guess there are illusion spells that actually make real things.
There are plenty. Most of them are shadow-based.
Once an all-seeing and knowing voice gets back, I'm going to try punching a tree.
I'm just imagining Darren staring,
Wow.
watching as Cirrus goes to punch a tree. Just to see if the shadow limb slips through the tree and she punches it or not.
I like how I like how that's the part that gets the stickers and not the fact that it was clearly referring to the GM.
I mean,
Yep. Because we did.
Just the fundamentally silly concept of the all-seeing and knowing voice being absent. person you are trying to reach, God, is not here. Please leave a message after the tone.
But yeah, Minuet, while this is going on, I'll just put away a sharpened knife and pull out another one and begin sharpening it.
Very least what's happening here is not a standard spell, because I generally know what I'm doing with my standard spells.
Just because you don't know what you're doing with it doesn't mean it doesn't have a similar category.
Well, yes, but I think the fact that I am able to do this, and it is not one of my spells, at least merits investigation, right?
All right. Darren folds his arms, cocking his head to one side as he adjusts his glasses. And how do you intend to investigate that right now?
Well, currently the investigation is the idea that I'm in control of this and not having my soul sucked out and being all Shadow Dragon angry.
So doing what you're doing right now.
Yes, the early scientists were the people who stuck a plant in their mouth and seeing what did and didn't kill them.
And look how far Tandico has come now.
Now they're sticking the plant in other people's mouth to seeing if it kills them.
Doing a little more with the plant than that, but sure. The point
I was
is, you're
speaking metaphorically.
investigating as far as your personal ability goes at the moment. None of us is a specialist in shadow magic. The present company excluded, maybe? It's hard to tell what all you've gained skill-wise.
Man, at what point have any of you had to assume that I know what the fuck I'm doing at any given moment?
That kind of does raise one finger and then pulls out his Bawu, having apparently had an idea.
Okay, I want to hear this idea.
Okay. I will give you intent.
Thank you.
Yeah, but before Minuet does that, I'm gonna punch a tree.
You know what the shadowy form gives you?
I know, or Cirrus knows?
Well, you know as a player what happens here. So you're allowed to roleplay that out as you wish.
Oh, okay, yeah, but I mean, like, I just wanted to, like... There are bits I don't know.
I mean, you're punching a tree.
Yeah.
But, you don't get any physically from the boom.
More specifically, I'm trying to see if, since I've got, like, shadowy limbs overlaid with mine.
Oh,
More
no.
specifically, we're trying to see if the shadow interacts with the tree in that way.
Yes and no.
Elaborate.
Have you ever seen smoke hit a tree? Or like
Okay.
a physical object where you can see where it hits? The difference here is that it doesn't separate and just kind of separate out. You feel your fist hit it, but it does that little poof thing just for a moment.
Okay.
So wait, is this sort of like the Dragon Shadow part poofs, but her actual fist hits the tree?
Both. It kind of poofs. So you've seen smoke hit a solid object where it does that part where it kind of separates out. It only does that a little bit. So it looks like both hit it, but it looks like the more incorporeal form seems to dissipate a little bit. But just a tiny bit.
I also think, I'm probably going to be aware of the fact that when I punch this tree and, the shadow arm dissipates, I also don't experience pain from this.
No, you feel it just as if it's an extension of your own body. It doesn't
No,
hurt.
no.
But
I mean actually punching the tree. Like, since I've got the damage reduction.
oh no, you got the damage reduction, so no, it doesn't at all. I don't think you can overcome your own damage reduction with the physical attack. You can roll a d4 plus 1 and tell me, or plus your strength and tell me.
Well, even my d4 plus 1, or plus my strength, would be a d4 plus 1. So I would literally be maximum 5. I have 5 damage reduction.
Minuet is going to begin playing a spooky song.
Darren is making notes.
Everyone on my stream, this is what Minuet is playing in my head.
I mean, we just got done with the gnome song on my stream, so...
Oh,
Oh no.
Okay. So, what is transpiring with the spooky song?
Nada.
Okay,
Okay.
Darren,
Aye.
punch me.
pauses, looks up from the journal.
Punch me.
Do you really want me to punch you?
Punch me.
I could cast
Hard.
something at you.
That's the next step.
Okay. Snaps the book shut, sets it in tail bag, rolls arm.
I'm assuming I can purposely forfeit my dexterity roll to... Actually, since there's no threat, I'm pretty sure he can just take a 10 to hit.
He cannot. He has to still roll to hit, but it has to hit a DC 10.
Okay.
So, because there's always a failure chance of swinging.
Yeah.
Probably not, though.
This is with the spike gauntlet, so that's a total of 14
Oof.
to hit.
Roll your damage.
Aw, minimum damage 5.
Nothing.
When you hit him, you feel both layers impact. It's like there's a cushion. But there's not a cushion. It feels like there's a cushion, but you didn't feel a cushion. It's like you went straight through, but you didn't. It's this weird in-between space.
It is a membrane.
Not even. You're not even sure if it was a real space that you hit or not. You're playing with shadows, and you said it yourself. Shadows are illusions.
So yeah, Darren's going to look at his hand and shake it a bit as he backs up. Like I said, it's a nice illusion.
I'm now going to officially regret this next thing I'm asking, I think.
Probably.
Use the hammer.
Boy.
Who the what now?
Use the
Use
hammer.
the hammer.
Which hammer? There's technically two in the party. One of them is a fucking big spiky ball, and the other one's a lustrine hammer. A spiky hammer.
I'm currently addressing Darren.
Wait, you're asking Darren to use the hammer.
Yes, I'm asking Darren to use the big-ass fuck-off hammer.
Mine's bigger.
Are you sure you don't want Ixodras to use hers?
You're over here. Use your hammer.
Fine. But just remember, I gave you an out.
Oh.
Whoa!
That's 25.
It hits the 10 you need to hit.
Roll your damage.
Where's my D12? $12 damage.
Oh, ow, ow, not invincible, not invincible, not invincible.
Thunk.
Didn't hurt as much as it should have, but not invincible. Ow, 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 ow.
Warned you. And I did tell you, it is a nice illusion. It's not a shield. He basically sticks the haft of the hammer in the ground and leans on it a bit, looking at Cirrus in a matter-of-fact manner.
Yeah, sure, fine, okay. Ow.
Do you need me to heal you?
No, I can heal myself. Actually, that's a good test. That's a good test right now. I am going to... Cirrus is going to think about channeling energy for a moment. Pause. And then instead drop a first level spell to cast Cure Light Wound.
Okay, you're healing yourself and you're dropping the phase, right?
What? No. I'm still keeping this shadow thing up.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead and
I'm specifically the reason I've gone for Cure Light Wounds instead of my channeling energy, because I would much rather have 1d8 plus 5 versus 3d6 if things go badly.
Yeah.
How much did I take from your swing?
12.
12 minus 5, so okay. Yeah, this would be 10 total for a healing.
Yep, you heal like normal.
Okay.
With positive energy?
Yes.
Yeah. You can heal a shadow dragon with goddamn positive energy.
It's undead that things get fucky with.
Yes.
Okay.
It is when they are literally being... Shadow and negative energy are not the same thing.
Okay.
He is also still a living being.
Yes. But yeah, it's undead and creatures from a negative energy plane that are harmed by positive energy.
Yes. Shadow just drains life force because it's an opposing force. That's
Okay.
going to be complicated. I'm not explaining that on stream.
Alright. Ix?
Yes.
Let's go with... Alright, first off, let's have you... You know what?
Ray of
Let's
Frost?
no, Ray of Frost is too weak. It's not even... I'm a tiefling to begin with. Ray of Frost isn't going to
Oh.
Actually, before we get to you, let's stick with me for a second.
What?
What resistances do I natively have? Okay, no, I can't. No, no, never mind. I have a native electricity resistance. I would know this. Okay. You know what? Blast me with one of your freezing magic missiles.
Not a normal magic missile?
Fuck the freezing one. If anything goes wrong, I should at least be able to, soak up some of the blow of that, because, tiefling.
Freezy magic missile. It's what? 2d3s, right? Those are 2d4s.
Or d4s.
Alright. So that's 11. So plus 3, I think it was. So 14 damage. Roll almost
What?
max damage on you.
Cirrus just fucking no-sells it.
Yeah.
Cirrus just pulls off that thing that a Dragon Ball Z villain does, where they just kind of stand there after taking the punch to the face with little to no reaction.
You have that much cold resistance?
I have 15 cold resistance.
Yep.
Okay. That was more than I could normally handle.
Well, let's see if we can find a limit.
Let's go with a regular magic missile now. Not without the freezing.
Hold on. Alright. Well, normal magic missile it is. Pew. And
Ow, ow, it's cold. It's cold. It's cold that matters. It's not the magic missile. It's the cold. Ow, 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 ow. I proceed to channel positive energy on myself. And heal myself tomorrow.
And the form suddenly fades. It's like your connection suddenly got weak.
With channeling positive energy, or just...
No, you're healing yourself. Everything seems to be fine. You're looking at your arm and it just drifts away. It's like you hit a time limit.
Okay. Well, we have learned some very important things today.
Darren has been scribbling notes.
That's just an illusion. That's a pretty badass illusion.
You sound surprised.
Minuet returns to playing his spooky song.
Do you want to roll your
Man,
perform check? Okay.
Yeah, 21.
Got it.
I can make you guys walk on water for like an hour, or I can like, like make an ant appear for like a minute, or a wall of wind appear for like a minute. This thing is a might bit above that in strength, I would say.
was pretty useful.
By the way, do I feel... I should still, I guess, feel the shadowy presence within me, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. You just can't pull it forward anymore.
Okay. So, like, I can sense that it's, like... It currently feels, like, weaker than it was when I could pull it forward or something?
Not really. It's just more or less you can't pull it forward no matter what you do.
Okay.
You're just not strong enough yet, Mr. DBZ. Or Mrs. DBZ. Fuck
Man,
gender.
like I said, any pronouns are good with me as long as they're not, like, fee, fi, fo, fum.
Fuck gender. Either rate, let's get back to you guys traveling, huh? I need one last
Okay.
perception check for you guys to get to where Ixodras is, and you guys have seen the path, so...
I wouldn't have... I would like to point out that I would not have chosen to interrupt the session with that had it not seemed like in character as the perfect time to
Oh, yeah,
start
it's kind of-
experimenting with that.
Kind of amusing.
26.
Also, Darren got to punch you. I'm pretty sure that
22.
was cathartic for him.
Less cathartic than you would think.
I mean, I would think
But,
the hammer was the more cathartic moment.
19 also.
Also less cathartic than you would think, but also he wasn't going to hold back. He was going to prove that this was an illusion.
I am right! Thwack!
I
No.
can test this
Reaction of-
hypothesis.
And I think Sirius's reaction probably helped the catharsis of it. Ow, 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 not invincible, not invincible. And I got 22 on my survival.
28 perception.
And 19.
All right. So I've got all your guys' numbers. Hey, Viv. I want
Yes.
you to zoom in really close, and what do you see in this particular point in this area?
Okay.
In the island's geography.
A dip?
Thank you. You will have multiple visions this day of you pulling out your compass and correcting yourself several ways until you guys get to an area that is rather cold. You guys are elevated for obvious reasons. It seems that the only thing that grows around this area are pine trees and other things. As you're pushing through, Viv goes from following a path to following a compass. I'm assuming Viv is not going to resist this.
No, there doesn't seem to be a point.
It's still warmer here than it feels like it should be, depending on your elevation and how high up you are. But you know, ever since the mist appeared, that a lot of temperature scapes have gotten all sorts of fucked up. So that's not necessarily unusual for any of you here in this party to know that temperature doesn't work the way it should in this land. You guys are going to hit a point, though, where the trees kind of just end for a long period of time that seems a little bit uncomfortable before you guys do actually see the remnants of a town. You see probably around 40 buildings. They're somewhat clustered together. By the time that you guys hit about 2 p.m., you have passed by the first few houses, and some of them are actually stone.
We're fairly high up, right?
Yes, you believe you're on some sort of plateau.
Okay, so we can see out into the mists, right?
You're not quite to the edge yet, so you're starting to see where the edge is. Not quite the mists yet.
Okay. I was just wondering if, from where we were, we could get a view on the pirate island. Not the pirate island, the bandit island.
No, you're not going to be able to.
No, that's in the other direction, kind of.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it was the south one of these two that was
Yep.
the one.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, that's going to be obscured.
Alright.
You guys are in what seems to be a town that uses stone buildings, which is a very sharp contrast from the lands you're in. Everything seems abandoned and empty.
Would this be an appropriate time to, like, knowledge engineering?
You can.
And or engineering for the, like, what the stone is?
Sure.
Okay, so...
And or if any of them look like they're about to collapse.
Okay, so knowledge
Preferably not with
engineering,
us in them.
22 for, the engineering of the structures.
Suppose I'll knowledge engineering as well. Nope, 10.
And a 12 for what kind of materials? As far as, like, the rocks.
What was the total again?
Oh, 22 for the engineering and 12 for the what they're made of.
They seem to be a mixture of basalt and slate.
Oh. Okay. So that's an uncommon rock to have as a building component.
Or have anywhere not near an ocean and a volcano.
Yeah. Yeah.
What was
Now
yours?
all we need is some sandstone to make this truly ridiculous for its location.
But okay, so
I need before Car, what was your roll again?
It was 10.
Okay, so you're not gonna get this, unfortunately. No, the homes seem perfectly stable from a standpoint. It looks like they were actually well built. It doesn't look dwarven in nature. It definitely looks human in build. But it looks like the old world style of human building, where they actually took care in doing the ceilings high enough and actually giving room and stability. You can tell that there was some level of wood structure in there, but not as much
But
as
it's
you'd
gone.
expect.
Ah,
And it is
okay.
absolutely gone, yes. Stone was definitely the primary building material that was used here.
And there is no sign whatsoever of this area being currently inhabited, right?
Oh no, there are absolutely no footprints. The grass here is actually kind of, since it's a little on the colder end, it's barely surviving in patches of brown dirt.
Minuet is going to like acquire a couple little bits and pieces of basalt and slate.
Okay.
Heroes is going to look inside one of the houses.
They look like whatever was there is no longer.
Nah, nothing to loot.
Viv,
Yes.
the moment you pass the first building, the little pauses of visions are churning you slight directions.
Okay.
Kind of like you're walking somewhere with purpose for brief moments in time. Are you going to follow it, or are you going to pause and look at things?
I can look at things when I'm fucking actually not being halfway possessed at this point. So
Are you all going to let Ixodras wander off on themselves?
Darren's
Nope.
going to follow her, mostly because, well, it's a bad idea for her to be on her own.
And Heroes is going to follow too.
Minuet's going to fox form and sniff around while also following.
You try to shift, and there's this awkward moment where you feel like you're going to throw up in the middle of it, but you're okay.
Okay.
As far as sniffing around, do you actually have the scent ability?
Uh-huh.
Um,
As a fox form.
you don't smell anything that smells unusual
think-
for a natural setting,
Okay.
unfortunately. So before we get into the next description, why don't we take a short water break for the player, or for the people that are like listening in, and those in YouTube, because hey, water is good for you.
As a counterpoint, though, I have root beer.
Well, I need to use the bathroom and get a bottle of water anyway.
So
I have
I'm
water.
gonna go get another root beer. I'll be right back.
For
I
a
mean,
moment,
reminding viewers to hydrate is always good, but at the same time, like they're free to get up and get a drink whenever. And if they've got their sound loud enough for headphones, they don't even miss hearing on things.
I also need to use the bathroom.
Well, yes, I mean we need a break.
Yes.
So let's go ahead and full on BRB, and I will be back momentarily. I'm gonna actually pause stream. Burp.
Okay.
Let's see. I'm back, by the way.
Welcome
Yep. Who are we missing so far? I've also got off-brand Funyuns.
Guys here,
I think it's
Tygo's
Viv we're missing.
Viv? I think I just
Left.
heard Viv.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. Never mind.
That's 3 out of 4. I need one more.
Yeah, we're all here. Guys here too.
Is Kai here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
If Arian said Viv is here, I'm here. I was like, I think Viv's gone, and Viv said he was here, and then you were like, that's 3 of 4. I'm forgetting that Varian was listing the people.
And the reason why I actually had to take a break is because I have to do a bunch of fucking voice acting now. Because you guys are about to enter a scene. This is a cutscene.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
That I'm gonna alliterate for everybody just that way that everybody can hear. But honestly, Ixodras is gonna be the only one that actually experiences this situation. Hey Ix,
Oh boy.
would you like to roll a will save to see whether or not you remain standing when all this happens for me before I start to go into narrative mode?
My saves are dog shit.
Welcome to being a caster that's
A low level caster at that.
yeah.
Alright, no, 23, that's fine.
Fantastic. So what you guys are experiencing in the outside is Ix occasionally just changes their direction slightly. You can tell by the way they're walking, it's not exactly intentional. Ix, you're experiencing flashes of a town. This town being alive. You're experiencing people walking around. Majority of them are actually human. You see a couple of catfolk like yourself, but not nearly the level of population that you would expect. You do run across some others. You at least see one elf. You see at least one half-elf. You're pretty sure you see a gnome run by screaming at one point. Everybody is giving them a birth. They're on fire. You're not
One
surprised.
does.
But it
Also,
They probably did this to themselves.
yeah, probably. But yeah, so Ixodras is echoing.
maybe. What were you about to say, Ix?
I said as one does.
Yep. So they lead you to where you end up stopping, which is a chapel. It's obviously a chapel. However, all the glass windows are broken. As you're walking up to it, Ix, you see the chapel several times in full glory. Back when there was still a metal bell in its tower, there was still glass windows that were obviously well made and definitely stained. You can't quite depict the images because by the time your feet have completely corrected, you're walking directly towards it, which obscures them heavily. The only thing that you notice very, very specifically in the outside of the stone is that they're made out of solid pieces. They were very intentionally put up, and they're definitely carved with depictions of moons, dragons, wolves, and a particularly large cat-like creature. Which is obviously not normal.
Who would have guessed?
You guys have this as your entry point. Once you go in, I take over narratively, so you're free to explore the outside.
Ix is gonna look at the carvings a bit more.
So it's a big chapel type thing.
Yeah, it looks like it can fit about 100 to 200 people, which, now that you've walked through the town a bit, seems somewhat accurate.
Okay, so you said the glass is not in the windows. Are there any fragments on the ground?
Unfortunately, no.
So, question.
Yep.
Do the carvings look like they might be a form of, like, hieroglyph in nature or a pictograph that's supposed to show a series of events?
You would have to roll for that, and you have to justify what you're rolling.
Linguistics for the hieroglyphic end of things, and history for the pictograph set of things because that's more of a thing done by older cultures.
Sure, go ahead and roll both.
I have a contribution. Knowledge engineering as to how someone would set it up to be made.
Mm-hmm.
You can do that. So my linguistics is a total of 20.
Mm-hmm.
Ah. And the history is 15.
Linguistically, and yes, you can roll that minuet. Linguistically, this is not hieroglyphics of any form. There's no congruity, and you see no repetition.
And just a 13 for the engineering, so probably not a lot.
As
The
far as
way... Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, as far as you're historically concerned, this is probably just artwork. And as far as engineering goes, that was not high enough to understand how they got these solid pieces up where you're at.
So, astonished is what minuet is.
Yes, engineeringly speaking, you're not sure how these pieces got up here at all. It makes absolutely no sense. They're
Aliens.
too big, way too heavy, and the material mix is so weird that the fact that they got these large pieces, there's but volcanoes and ocean and or large bodies of water, and there's not large bodies of water over here. Where'd they even get these in the begin with? They had to fly these here. How?
Yep.
Munch, 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 onions.
I mean, okay. What I want to do is I want to do a knowledge local to see if this place appears to be like the main focal point of the town.
Sure thing.
Uh, 16.
Absolutely is.
I would make a knowledge religion check if I had, ranks in it.
You should take breaks in that.
Should. One of the reasons why I want Minuet to be teaching me sneaky things is so I can start taking levels in Rogue, who gets skill points.
Yes.
We'll tick off a number of things that I already use and don't have as class skills.
Yes, that's the important part.
Mm-hmm. All right. Anybody want to do anything else? I'm going to make one other important note. The doors are obviously banded heavy woods, which doesn't surprise you for the location. What does surprise you is, unlike a lot of the other buildings, these doors are still here.
Well,
They definitely
high
look
up are
fucking old, but yeah.
How high up are the formerly stained glass windows?
30 feet.
Okay, so we're not looking in them.
No, it looks like these doors, by the way, could facilitate a huge creature.
Yeah.
them some big freaking doors then.
Mhm.
Okay, but yeah, on the other hand, it's a church. Churches love their huge fucking doors.
That's fair.
No.
Have you
Okay.
ever seen a church with normal sized doors?
Yes.
Okay, fair, but like it's a coin flip, you know it.
I mean, it depends. Are we talking about Catholics or are we talking about regular Christians?
Okay, yeah, I guess that's the thing. Catholics, it's always going to be the giant doors with
Mhm.
like the fucking Kingdom Hearts Mickey Mouse's castle door inside of it.
Yeah.
Gosh.
I'm not going to explain those doors. My dad was an Irish Catholic. And you know what they say about Catholics? They take you as soon as you're warm. Yes, I just made a reference. Enjoy it. Enjoy it, those that understand the joke.
I hate it.
Cause Nope, we're done. Nope.
Yeah, stop. You stop that right now.
Okay.
So is there anything that resembles writing on the doors or the walls? Anything at all?
Nope, not on the outside.
Well, Minuet's going to just, well, are the doors open?
Good question, are they?
I don't know. You're the DM.
I mean,
he's asking if we try to open the doors.
Well, no, I mean,
no, they're
Yeah,
not
are-
open. They are closed. If that's what you're
Okay.
asking, I thought are they?
yeah, that's what I
unlocked?
was asking.
I thought you meant something else. Sorry. Nope.
Okay,
they're
so
closed.
they are closed.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, Minuet's going to shift back to Kitsune form and try the door.
Fantastic. Ix, I need to know the exact moment you walk past the gates. You push the
Well,
doors. Go ahead.
what I had been trying to say for like the past 5 minutes was that I wanted to inspect the carvings a bit more myself.
Oh, what are you? Any knowledge checks you want to roll?
Nope, I was just wanting to look at the, as you mentioned, the large cat creature.
The large cat creature, and very specific, seems to be larger than the wolves are. The wolves seem to have a feminine nature, and so does the cat creature. The cat creature is large and feral, seems to have quasi-tiger-like qualities, and quasi-snow leopard-like qualities. It definitely has saber teeth. And it looks fluffy, because fluffy. You are in a cold environment. It makes sense that there's fluff.
Does the carving look anything like what I saw in my original visions?
Yes, if you want a 3-year-old's rendition that's carved in the stone, but that's because ancient stone carvings tend to degrade. Is that the right word?
Degrade.
Thank you, degrade.
Deteriorate, one of the two. Alright. That was all I wanted to check.
How are things situated around the giant cat carving? There's only one giant cat carving?
Only one specifically. You notice that there are several dragon-like creatures that are nearby. There is only one other large dragon now that somebody has actually taken a closer look. The cat dragon-like creatures are actually as small as the wolves are in comparison.
Here's an important question.
Mhm.
Is there also a turtle and a bird?
No.
Damn.
I know what you're aiming for, but no.
Is the saber-toothed tiger the focal point of, are things, purposely situated around it?
You will have to roll to figure out that. So bullshit me something as I eat Funyuns. I'm a professional.
I'm going to look with my eyeballs and use perception.
Go for it.
16.
No, it seems to be actually more focal pointed around the large dragon that is on the back of the building. It seems
Okay.
that the large cat creature is actually near the front and seems to almost be taking a guardian-like stance.
Okay, cool.
Interesting. Okay.
So Minuet's going to continue to open the door and then just waltz inside.
You waltz inside. What you see is a raised dais that seems to be higher up than the rest of the area. You can see where the pews used to be. The pews are not as rotted as you would expect them to be, but they are definitely still somewhat present. You're pretty sure that with standing room, you might actually be able to fit more than 100 people in here, even though the building looks like it can only handle 100, mainly because it looks like there are raised areas where if you go up ladders, there are more places to stand. These are not made out of the same material. It looks like these were added on later on. Some of them seem to have rotted away as being made out of wood, while others seem to be made out of stone and asphyxiated on poles.
Am I getting any sort of clerically aura off of this place?
Absolutely are.
Okay, so this place, whatever it is definitely divine in nature, which is a rather silly statement to state about a church.
I was about to say, it is a church. Do you expect it to not be divine?
Well, I mean, I guess you could have churches that are like fronts for shady businesses not be divine.
Not one this old.
Into the building I go.
The moment you step in, we have to pause all roleplay. Yay! Let me have a drink of this water and put the Funyuns away because I actually got to do voices and stuff, and I'm gonna need Funyuns. I'm totally professional as a streamer, and as like a, DM. I totally don't eat in the middle of the stream, ever.
I was eating ice cream earlier. You're fine.
I'm still eating pizza.
I mean, pizza's an absolute good.
What kind of
Now I
pizza
want
you
ice cream.
got?
It's a 5 cheese stuffed crust pizza.
Oh my gosh.
Why am I getting tagged rooms? Okay. Stupid Discord. Ixodress, you do stay standing. Congratulations. Ixodress will, however, freeze the moment that they make it into the area. And their eyes will open wide and stare towards the front of the room. Ixodress, what you are welcomed with very specifically, is a room full of people. It looks like a majority of them are humans. You do see an interesting admixture, only a couple of instances, of what look like your kind, except more dragony. It looks like you are currently about to bow your head in prayer, as it seems a lupine priest wearing symbols of the full moon and symbols of the partial moon, silver and dark blues as the robes, seems to be doing some sort of sermon. You watch as all the people in the crowd, all the way back to you, bow their heads as you hear the priest call for a prayer. You close your eyes, and as you do, you hear an old ancient prayer to the moon goddess being spoken. As your eyes open again, you are in the room by yourself, and the many members of the clergy are obviously gone. You can see where the stands are, where people used to kind of crowd into spaces that look pretty well built, but they were definitely added on just to make more room. The dais, or the podium, has been pushed aside, where you see the lupine being, bipedal currently, pulling himself out as he seems to be going up some sort of ladder. He turns around and he pushes it over and he goes, "Milady, I have stored everything as you requested. I'm assuming you're going to ask the same question you always do." She goes, "Yes, of course I am." And he goes, "Resistance to add to our storage has definitely dropped significantly. You feel your blood boil just a little bit." And he goes, "Please, just keep calm. I know that this town is..." You feel yourself cut off, or shout, in a very feminine voice, "You are a servant of the god I serve. So I will take it easy on you, but these people need to stop questioning me at every turn." And he kind of winces a bit and he goes, "Milady, I understand. I know my husband," she cuts off again, "gave up his life for this place and wanted our children to become like you." And he goes, "Milady, I've heard this and I understand." And you feel yourself take a deep breath and she goes, I'm sorry, Father. It's just... I stayed here to protect this land. My husband still comes to me, even after death, to whisper her word, a follower of hers. And these people... You slam your giant hand, or third paw down. And he goes, "I understand. It's just... You don't provide answers, and they're beginning to question you. I have been guarding this land for several generations of your kind. Again and again, I protect you all. Why do you question me now?" And he goes, "It's not a thought of question. It's just you aren't providing answers. I understand and I believe, and that is why I'm doing this for you. But just know that they're starting to have questions. It's been going for a while now." And she goes, "I don't have the answers of what's going to happen. He does not give me answers, and I don't think even she knows what the answers are. I've just been warned that something is coming, and we must prepare. I was told we need the seeds of every plant that we can get our hands on. So if they can spare them..." And he goes, "I have taken all we can. Unfortunately, it's majority tree seeds. Several dozen of them, hundreds of them. I don't know why they keep bringing this, but they seem resistant to bring us food. She goes, it doesn't matter, it's something. Just tell me that they are preserved and safe. And he goes, yes, they are. No matter what tragedy comes, the room that you requested I construct, I have had constructed. They don't know where it is. They don't know what I used to build it. But everything will be safe down there. And you feel your eyes close, and she goes, good. I promised him I would protect this even though our children left. Ix, you're gonna stand there for about 5 minutes.
Oh boy.
Minuet in 5 minutes will have set up shop on a pew, just reclining with his feet on the one of the pews in front of him.
Huh, what are the rest of y'all doing for 5 minutes?
Okay, so Darren's probably making notes and or rudimentary sketches of the chapel because I'm doing notes right now.
Got it. Cirrus, what are you doing?
Looking around, seeing what there is to find. Since those doors being there mean this might be the only place that's been intact. So perceptioning, basically.
Mm-hmm.
17.
As far as you can see, this building, the only reason why the doors probably survived is just due to the thickness and the weight of them. Outside of the chapel itself, it looks like everything has been here for a long time.
So,
Okay.
watching Cirrus look around, Minuet will kind of, after a brief amount of time, like, sigh and get up, and remember something that he was looking for earlier, and we'll go to near one of where the windows was, looking for remnants on this side.
Unfortunately, no.
So the glass neither broke inward nor outward, it broke yeetward.
Or it was taken.
Or just wholesale taken.
Or it got turned into one of those neat stained glass swarm creatures.
Oh God.
Why am I remembering that? I'm remembering that from Monster Manual 2 and 3.5, I think.
Yep, that's where it originated. Gotta love 3.5. God, I wish somebody had DM'd that for me. I'd drop Pathfinder in every other game I had to play 3.5 again.
Man, okay, what I'll say about 3.5 is Monster Manual 2 had some of the most bullshitty bullshit in it.
It did.
It was
Now-
wonderful.
However, Player's Handbook 2.
Fair.
I've got that on the shelf somewhere, I think.
So do
I
I.
did have a prestige class idea I always wanted to do for 3.5.
We can discuss it off camera.
Okay.
Because I'm willing to accept 3.5 stuff as long as you can justify it. Because I love 3.5. And Pathfinder's already broken. You're going to be taking a negative by doing 3.5 anyways. So, Ix, when you come to, you're standing in that room.
Yes.
Yep. Looking straight forward just like you were.
Is the dais in its normal place or in the push to the side place?
Normal place.
I'm gonna go see if I can figure out how to move it.
Fantastic. How are you going to try and move it?
Well, I highly doubt I'm strong enough to push it, so I'm gonna try and find, I don't know, fucking, something that maybe activates movement?
You can roll a perception.
Yeah, buddy.
Hey, party. We got Ixodras poking around the thing after standing around for 5 minutes just staring off into space.
Um,
22.
Minuet will just. Wow. Okay. Minuet will
Oh.
just kind of wave as Extress passes by.
So is this you doing things or Visions doing things?
Yes.
Happy with the response. Okay.
You're a sorcerer, not a wizard. You're supposed to give actual answers.
She went to
Well,
college.
I went to. I went to fucking magic college. You expect real answers here?
Unfortunately, you don't find a mechanism. You just find the scrape marks of where the dais has been slid back and forth.
So, what are you doing?
Trying to move this
Have you tried pushing?
with these noodle arms?
Have you tried telling Darren to push?
Not yet. I was looking to see if it was a mechanism first. Then I was going to ask Darren to push it.
I didn't realize we were in an object. Snaps the journal shut, stuffs it in his specialized bag, and walks over.
What now?
Never mind.
Darren's being a smartass. That's all you need to know.
He's been sassy lately.
You're always
I know, it's
sassy.
great.
Shut up.
Darren's going to set himself in a stable stance and plants one hand on the upper section of the die and one on the lower and begins pushing.
What is your strength score?
My score?
Yes.
18.
You do need to roll it. Go ahead and roll a strength check.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, that lupine creature was a lot stronger than you think he was.
Surprise me not. I figured he was high level.
I'm gonna use my reroll.
Use that reroll. It has nothing to do with level. It has absolutely everything to do with clerical robes are fucking... Hiding.
16.
16 is actually just enough. By 1.
Ah, I figured.
This stone is actually really heavy. But once you get your footing right and you just adjust yourself the right way, it slides a lot easier than you expect it to. It is still damn heavy. It still takes a lot of effort. But you slide it over. What you find is a hole with the ladder going down. A bunch of dust just flows right up from there.
Ah, gross.
Minuet puts on his miasma mask.
There better not be a fucking dead body down there. I don't want to have inhaled mummy dust. And then he pulls out his mask and stuffs it on, looking mildly grumpy.
And I suppose I too will don my miasma mask. And just wrap my filter scarf around it for good measure.
Well, mask on. Time to go exploring. And down the ladder she goes.
Now,
No matter how many bats have been eaten down here, we are safe. We all have masks.
Now, I'm going to apologize in advance because I was expecting this to happen a session or if not 2 sessions from now. I actually don't have the map finished, so I'm not even going to bother using it.
There.
Since I have to alliterate everything and we have to use Theater of the Mind, and this is no longer a dungeon, would you mind if I took a short break really quickly?
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Go ahead and roleplay with yourselves freely.
Also,
Or not.
Minuet is going to take out a flint and steel and his lantern and begin working on lighting his lantern.
Ixadrash is just prestidigitating as much of the dust as she can.
Of course you are. Up until Darren stops and grabs Ix's hand and shakes his head. You could be deleting something that is precious. I'd rather
Speaking of
you not
things that are precious, If there's anywhere in this town that still has anything, it's down here.
That's the idea. Although I have a... I know some of what's probably going to be down here if the visions are correct.
Oh? Do tell.
You'll find out.
Dang it.
Okay, is it the things of importance that we don't steal, the things of importance that we do steal, or the things that try to murder us and we loot the bodies of?
I don't think there will be combat, but probably should be on guard regardless. Depending on how this goes, it might not be considered stealing.
Right, this is so old, it's considered archaeology, that's right.
Well, it's also, she like gestures to her moon necklace.
Oh, also yours. Good, it's extra not stealing.
I mean, at what point does it stop being archaeology?
It might be inheritance.
Oh. Okay. So not grave robbing. Cool.
It doesn't have to be grave robbing to be archaeology. It just has to be taking stuff from old ruins to be archaeology.
If somebody died in those ruins, then it's grave robbing.
Yeah, if someone was buried in those ruins, then it's grave robbing.
I mean, they could have gotten buried under a landslide or some bad snow.
Is the grave implies intentional place of burial.
Also, is it still stealing if it's ruins?
The question is, why are you stealing from ruins?
Yes.
Please have gotten that variant.
I did.
Good.
Wasn't that the Red Room one?
No. It was a level that Carl rage quit on.
Yeah.
Because he was, he found a place that looked like there might be a true ending if you got a spiked shelmet through a place where you were, like, supposed to lose it for a hit.
Mhm.
And so he jumped up through there.
Mhm.
After, like, spending hours in this level trying to get that spiked helmet through.
Mhm.
It wasn't a true ending, it was a soft lock.
Wow.
Turns out
Good
those
job.
blocks weren't there as a way to lead to a true ending. Those blocks were there for decoration.
That's rude.
So, Carl rage quit the level.
Oh no.
Also, Arrow watches Carl too occasionally, I do believe.
Laurel is fun to watch.
Yes, he is. Also, Science Yoshi.
I actually watched the entire Science Yoshi song at one point.
It's good.
Can I just say, I wish Tabletop Simulator didn't cause my computer to run warm.
Aw.
It's a physics engine. It's gonna make
Yeah.
everyone's computer run warm.
Yeah.
I mean, how do you think I feel? I don't have AC.
What? I thought that you had gotten the plug
I
fixed.
have. No, I don't know. Well, it might be fixed. I haven't taken the time to move this giant fucking mattress out the way.
Oh, well,
I think it might be fixed. I'll probably check the plug later. Actually, I can do that right now. Alright, phone charger, where you at? You're how I test if outlets are working. My little fucking outlet plug-in piece
glows very brightly when the outlet is working.
That's neat.
Come back coughing.
Also,
Apparently.
welcome back.
Yep.
Welcome back, Garrett.
Thank
Hold
you.
on. Ah. Where
No.
is... There it is.
No dying.
Please work. Oh my god, it works. Cool. I can do that later this week. Like tomorrow. Or not tomorrow. Monday.
So,
I will have AC again.
We,
first of all, who's got warm weather gear on and who has cold resist?
I have cold resist.
Yep, and I know
Have
Cirrus
cold
does.
resist.
I have cold resist.
neither.
All right, so I actually do need this timer. Cool. I'm going to
Oh,
alliterate what you're about to see. However, I'm going to warn you ahead of time. Every minute you have to roll a fortitude save DC 14 once you get down there, or suffer a single damage of cold.
Cirrus, does Cirrus have endure elements?
Not prepared.
Oof.
Well,
Unless we want to wait till tomorrow.
I'd rather get this done today.
I mean, I'll be okay for a little while.
So what you're going to experience is this... Who's going first, actually? Go ahead and give me
Me.
an order. Okay, Ixadrass is first, who's second?
I'll go second.
I know who's on third, don't make the joke. Alright, we got Darren on second. What's on third? I know he's on first, don't give me that joke. I'm totally doing this intentionally.
I guess Minuet will be third.
Okay. This drop down in this ladder, which by the way is made out of wood but yet well preserved, goes down a lot deeper than you guys think it would. It's not just 10 feet, it's not just 20 feet, it is actually 30 feet down. As you guys go deeper and deeper, it gets colder. It starts off at maybe a light winter, like mid-fall breeze and goes to... Yeah, it's freezing down here. Minuet, I need you to roll your first fortitude save for me, and I will start the timer after I'm done talking.
Okay, so that is... You said it was, what, a 14 to...
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, so that is a 15.
So you're okay for now. But you feel the cold. You can feel it seeping into your fur. You can feel it seeping all over you. You feel warm in the center for some reason. But you feel cold.
I'll also bop a Minuet on the back of the head to apply guidance.
Yep, guidance only works for skills, I thought.
I think it's also saves.
Hold on. Let me look.
You guys look, I'm going to start talking. When you guys make it down there, you're going to realize very quickly that the stone walls here are definitely more of a brownish hue that match the rock and the ground that is around you. This is
Not only is it also saving throws, it's also attack rolls.
Good to
Yep.
know. I'm going to continue talking.
Yep.
I don't want to lose the choo-choo.
Yeah, go ahead. Go.
The rock around here has definitely got a brown hue that more naturally matches what you would expect out of a mountainside in this particular area. It's definitely got more of a dirt-like quality to it than previously stated. When you guys get down to the bottom, it definitely matches more of the kind of rock that you'd expect to see in this kind of area that has a slightly grayish brown hue to it. Definitely you're within a stone area. What you guys are presented with is what looks like to be a carved out room that was not done expertly in any means. It is definitely a rough carving, and it looks like it was mined kind of roughly. The tunnel, while being perfectly square, leading down here is not quite the same. You guys will see, to your north, a door that looks like it was obviously bashed open. It looks like it was made out of the heaviest wood that they could probably get their hands on at the time. It looks like it was made out of a sturdy oak or cherry wood, but a solid piece. So maybe even redwood. The room itself is fairly empty, except for the somewhat frozen body of what looks like a lupine creature wearing blue and silver trimmed robes, depicting several phases of the moon. There is a book that is laying nearby his hands. His face depicts one not of horror or pain, but the sad kind of disappointment, as his eye does definitely have a tear in it, and his eyes are still locked in the position where you guys are standing. There is definitely a large wound in his chest that looks like he was definitely deliberately stabbed by a fairly large blade. And a rough one at that. He doesn't even seem to be clutching his chest. He just seems to be staring at sad
What
disappointment.
type of blade?
You would have to roll more to determine that. But,
Okay.
as I said, slight tears in the corners of his eyes. It's definitely the frown of disappointment. Anybody that's a Catholic is going to be having nightmares at this moment in time. I apologize.
But would taking a 10 be sufficient, or should I roll it?
I need you to actually roll it.
I shall perception-y the stabby method as well.
Okay,
Go
so
for it.
19.
14.
You're not entirely sure because the wound has frozen over slightly. You know it was roughly made. That's about all you get.
Oh,
So-
I thought that I thought that the dagger was like there.
No, and it was
Or
bigger
something.
than a dagger. No, he was
Okay.
definitely stabbed in the chest, definitely stuttered back, definitely gave that approving look as he died. He didn't even flinch at the pain. Whoever it was, he was just disappointed in. Betrayal! The large, solid piece wooden door, made of whatever hardwood it was, is definitely got dents that indicate it was definitely bashed open. It is slightly ajar. By the way, Viv.
Yes.
Yeah, hey, there's your priest. Timer has started.
Oh boy. Well, Ixidras is going to just kind of walk over to him.
Yep.
Sad, sad look on her face. She was kind of afraid she was gonna find him down here, considering what she knows about the room already, and previous visions. And then she looks at the book you said was next to him.
Yes, you have a slightly frozen book. Obviously, you're in freezing temperatures. Stop the watch here. The book itself seems to be surprisingly simple. It is gray in color. It has a full moon depicted on it, and that is it. Resume.
Well, he'll slide that into her pack for now.
Yep.
Considering it's frozen, she can't do much with it. And then I'm going to cast Detect Magic and, look around the room.
Unfortunately, hey, Vari, roll a save. Unfortunately, no magic is visible, currently speaking.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure on that one.
A 13. Hold on, wait. Yeah, because that's 3 plus 1. Yeah, so 13. So 1 point of damage.
Yep, 1 point of cold damage.
Alright. Now, is there anything in this room other than, the poor dead head priest and his book?
The door to the north, that's it.
Alright, well, Ixidras will step to the side of the poor wolf man and head to the bashed open door.
The door presses open with quasi-ease. It's slightly difficult, and it creaks horribly and drags across the floor from its damage. What you're presented with is, it looks like a room with carved-out shelving made out of stone of the area that you're in. You can see plenty of wooden bowls that look like they held different things at one point in time, completely empty. This room makes you extravagantly uncomfortable, however, and you find yourself staring at it way too long, and you feel a deep, deep, deep sadness as you look upon the empty room. You feel like a wrong was done here, not just in the murder of the priest.
Yeah.
As we pass by the priest, Cirrus is going to look at him and say, "I'm sorry, if I knew of your religion, I would offer you your rights."
And everything is empty in the room, I take it, Era?
Yep, it looks like what was here was taken.
apparently bowls.
Why would they need the bowls? It was what was in the bowls that was important.
Yep. Yep.
Is this the end of it?
Yeah.
I shall perceive the bowls, see if there is any remnant within the bowl. 17.
Do you have knowledge nature?
No.
You have no idea what these remnants might be. Hey, Minuet.
Hmm?
Roll it forward.
While Minuet is doing that, I will knowledge
Success.
nature the bowls as I start looking into them and through the shelves for remnants.
Okay, go ahead
Very
and
carefully.
you're taking based on your perception, go ahead and roll your knowledge nature though.
Nat 20.
Hey,
Total of 28.
fantastic. These bowls look interesting to you as you look them over and you realize that the druids use these bowls to store seeds in cold environments. They're designed to hold them in a specific way so that way all the seeds gather the cold but don't die.
Are they worth anything?
Probably if they aren't terribly degraded, but I also haven't relayed this information yet, mostly because notes.
Let the note keeper get to like actually finishing notes, I guess. I'm still amused how my DM screen bounces over on my side. I'm happy with it.
Your DM screen bounces?
Yeah, go to
Yes.
my stream and the DM screen and the table bounce at different intervals, and I don't. So it makes me very happy to see them bounce.
It's like you're shaking the table as you speak.
Yes! DM powers activate!
Oh, you mean like on your avatar?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, okay, I
So-
was like, no, the screen is pretty much stable.
No, I made like
No,
I've
no.
got like 7 layers on my side. Gonna be more.
So, Darren is going to very carefully start looking at several bowls on the same shelf, if there is a shelf that has several bowls close to each other, to see if there's any like writing or inscription on them that may say what was in them.
Unfortunately, no. As far as you can tell, it seems, by the way, Minuet, you're gonna have to roll save. As far as you can tell, nah, they're whatever tags they had on here were probably also taken.
And there we go.
This was a preservation chamber. These bowls are used by druids to preserve seeds, usually in a cold environment.
Hey, Ix, you still got detect magic on, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Far back wall, there is a ice rune,
Ooh.
a very
I'm
big one.
gonna go look at it.
You've seen an ice rune before. It's just very large and overcharged for good reason.
It's keeping the room cold.
Yep.
Is there a point to turning it off?
Not really, unless you want to.
Do it. It seems to be doing its best. It's a nice room.
Damn it.
As
But
you're-
I didn't make any joke.
Darren, you were saying, because I missed it completely, what you said.
Oh, I just sided the joke.
Ah.
I got the joke, and I just didn't. I just didn't.
Oh
say
no, I'm
anything.
ignoring the joke. I meant before that you were about to say something about it. It's a preservation room, and then I cut you off like an asshole. I might be an asshole.
No, you're fine.
I had fun.
So are these bowls like degraded, or do they seem sturdy enough that we can pick them up? And
Oh, they're sturdy enough you can pick them up. They've been in on sub-zero temperatures for long enough now to the point where nothing could really die or make them rot.
They're basically artificially petrified almost.
Basically, they'll probably start to go the moment you bring them out of the freezing temperatures, but that's just normal for wooden bowls.
Well, hopefully they don't just like crumble. Darren would be upset.
How about I shove them in my handy haversack?
But they would start to go the moment that you take them out.
Yeah. Unless we put them in our cooler.
I suppose for the purposes of studying them, we might eventually be able to take them to the preserve.
Okay.
It's something, since there isn't terribly much here. Darren sighs and begins collecting the bowls, mostly because I think he's the tallest person of the crew.
He is. You gather up the bowls. Hey, Minuet. Fort save.
Okay. And -1. There we go.
I've got an idea. There's an ice rune on the wall, you said.
Yes, I was about to ask if X was going to turn it off or not.
Do I need to roll spellcraft on that?
Yeah.
What kind of
Or use
wall
magic
is it? A
device.
stone wall?
Yeah, it's just carved out of the earth itself.
Alright, I guess I'll attempt to, take the rune down.
What type of stone is?
Are you actually saying that, or are you just gonna go do it?
Yes?
I have to ask because if you just go do it, then Darren's not going to have a panic moment. But if you say something, Darren may have a panic moment.
Why is Darren gonna have a panic? Darren gonna have a panic moment?
Because he's going to want to get a charcoal etching.
Oh, well, get your etching first.
Okay. Darren's going to finish collecting the bowls and give them to Minuet, and then he's going to pull out some parchment and make an etching of the rune, and then put it in his scroll case.
But yeah, what type of stone is the wall? Is it more basalt or is it slate?
It's neither. It's more of what you expect to see in a mountain. Basically, the kind of stuff you expect to see underneath the dirt. It has nothing to do with the upside world. Right now.
Dang.
Sorry.
So there would be no reasonable way to, say, chisel out this part of the wall and take our portable refrigerator with us.
Do you guys have any idea how to do any form of mining?
Knowledge engineering.
Is not mining. That's a skill.
Also, do you have a pickaxe or chisel?
I do
Might
have
in the form of spells.
Well, it's not the worst roll I could have done. It's an 11.
Oh, right. Minuet also has the any tool.
No, I don't. I have engineering tools though.
I mean, I will let you guys try. Yes, you deactivated actually. Ixodress. You would
Okay.
you have a connection to ice magic, which gives you a bonus.
Oh, sweet.
It's kind of in your blood. And this may or may not be a draconic based rune, so, you know, things. Nobody
Alright.
knowledge check this shit. You are welcome to
Oh,
try
I guess-
to save it.
I guess I could have knowledge. No, I would like to save it. What would I do? Knowledge Arcana.
Yeah.
What?
Knowledge Arcana.
Well, also the other thing is, I got the etching just in case something happened.
These roll good. God fucking damn it! Another 5.
Nope.
Okay, can someone explain to me why this rune is important as anything other than a refrigerator in the first place?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you want to study it later, I got the etching for a reason.
I mean, I was more hoping I could kind of learn it.
I got the etching for a reason.
I don't think it'll work the same.
It might not have the power behind it, but you can still get the fundamentals.
I don't know if runes work like that.
They're just language.
Alright, well, the rune's gone, and I completely fucking whiffed like 3 saves in a row now.
It
Or
could
3
be
skill
worse.
checks in a row.
Could be worse.
I'm still rolling literally 5 or less. Go away.
No.
I actually do have a spell that might be able to let us bring this rune with us, the actual rune.
I mean,
I'd need to prepare it tomorrow.
I've literally already spellcrafted the rune off.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he turned it off.
All
I
right.
mean, the physical carving is still there, but the magic is absolutely gone.
Would I be able to figure out how to reactivate it in any way?
You can attempt, the DC will be higher, but this will be a used magic device at this point.
Oh, well,
That would be Minuet's.
yep.
Yeah. Minuet, yeah.
It is the rune, despite being turned off. Is it still considered magical?
No, it's off.
Well, if there's magic there, it'll. But yeah. Okay.
You guys act like dragon magic makes any fucking sense.
But yeah, I could totally use a magic device.
I'll go for it, I guess.
I think I'm gonna make this easy on you. Jeez. This was a dungeon.
Okay, so that's a no. Fucking.
I'll try it. I'm doing it untrained, but okay. Look at that, another fucking 11. I don't.
Also, what?
Doesn't look like I'm going to be rolling high for the rest of the session at this rate.
You wasted
Also-
it all on JoJo. Also,
Yeah, my card apparently saved backwards, but here, how about I use my reroll for the.
go for it. I'm working on something else for our rerolls. I just need the person that is going to be doing the coding for me to not be, in a bad position in life.
Yeah. Okay, that's a better number. That's a 19.
You see how it works, you think? You see where the magic flows? You just can't quite figure out exactly how to get it to start flowing again.
16.
Yeah, unfortunately, no.
Yeah, if we spend the night in this area, I can prepare a spell that will actually allow us to grab the physical rune itself easily, it seems.
The question is if that will break the circuit that would power it.
Well, yeah, that is the question.
So, is there anything else even remotely odd looking in this room?
No. You may have to leave the room to know. Or...
Yeah, it doesn't look like we can do anything else here. Other than continue to fail at turning the rune back on, but, maybe turning the rune off, change to something else somewhere in this place.
Could be.
Well, if the rune is off, things are going to warm up in I think.
I mean, it's gonna take a while. You're 30 feet under.
I wish I knew the burial services for this place.
Hey, DM.
Yes?
I want to use my draconic knowledge on the rune.
As far as that was,
Sure thing, go ahead and roll it.
You know, instead of killing this adorable little guy, maybe we could enlist him as a scout or
I'm
guide.
going to make a guess, and this is totally a guess, as I
No,
don't have
he's,
knowledge of religion
no.
at all. But here's what I say we do.
These
We
tunnels
bring
at
him
all?
up to the surface
you
at
explored since the
nighttime.
worm came through?
So
Yeah, I
the
had a
last
question.
thing that his body sees is the moon before we bury him.
Yeah, that sounds reasonable.
That's a total of an 18, sadly.
Yeah, not quite enough, unfortunately.
I mean, can I knowledge arcana at the rune?
At the rune?
Yes, the rune.
You already rolled on the rune, so I can't give you another roll on that.
Oh no, not to like use it or anything, but to like, know more about it.
Yeah, you already.
Because all I did was spellcraft to turn it off.
No, I had you roll. You rolled a knowledge arcana to know more about it already.
Didn't I?
Yeah.
I don't remember rolling that.
Yep, you did.
Wait.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh wait, no, my reroll doesn't work on Arcana. Question.
Mm-hmm.
Is Draconic Knowledge technically separate from a normal knowledge check?
Yes.
Cool, I'm using Lore Master for a 20 on Knowledge Arcana. Total is 26.
Okay, he's gonna do that instead. You recognize this as an ancient style draconic rune, now that you think about it. It is what's known as by the druids as a natural rune. It is a rune that takes the energies from the surrounding area to empower itself. They're difficult to get to work, but once they work, they never stop as long as nature in the area is not dead. So turning these things back on is hard.
Taking it with us is pointless.
Yeah, because it requires natural energy, so you'd have to grow a bunch of plants and stuff around it. It is literally powered by nature itself and is a physical connection to the nature itself. It's built off of old draconic knowledge of how nature works.
Ancient draconic secrets. If only Dat was here.
Oh, he would have shouted it and hid it.
How would he have hidden it?
He would have tried to cover it with his body. And he would have shut it off.
Just noodle wiggling on the wall.
So, Darren's gonna take a minute, and then he's going to pull out one of his regular journals and the etching, and he's gonna use Scrivener's Chant so that he has a few extra copies of that rune in his journal. Because he wants to show it to Dat, but he's pretty sure Dat will try and destroy it.
It's the fucking paper.
I mean, you'll see. So is it safe to assume you guys are going to actually exit the building?
At the very least, we're gonna go back upstairs.
You're back upstairs.
Minuet's going to be very displeased at noticing that he has frostbite.
Yeah, I should have technically made you roll like 3 more times, but...
I mean, I'll totally do it.
Sure,
Here.
go for it. We're past the point where it's going to kill you, so...
Well, a 20, a 19... Oh, okay, there. Okay, so there's one more. Okay, there.
Hey, look, those rolls you could have used earlier.
I know, right?
I will drop one of my first level spells for Cure Light Wounds on Minuet. Which,
Okay.
how much have you taken, Minuet?
1.
4 points of damage.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't even need to roll, because the plus on the Cure Light Wounds is more than the HP you've lost.
Excuse me.
Cool. Much appreciated.
Are you guys going to do anything in the actual worship zone itself? Why did I just call it worship zone?
That's a word for a sanctuary. Okay.
Yes. Yes,
Just
shush.
seeing a church that's trying too hard to be cool.
Get in
would
the
have to-
zone! Worship zone!
I didn't know this was an auto zone ripoff, okay? It just happened that way. I'm done. Nope.
Does as they tend to be near churches in general, does there appear to be any sort of cemetery-like structure around?
You guys are leaving the church then, correct?
Yeah.
Alright, Ix, the moment that you step out, you can't help but continuously look off to the west where that little divot is. You feel a calling. No visions. Is there a cemetery in this area? No. You believe it's probably outside of the town for safety's sake.
Well, Ixodrash is just kind of gonna pause and go, well, think I know where we're going next.
Oh, more visions?
Less a vision and more of a tugging, a calling.
Oh. Are you sure you're not possessed?
As sure as I can be.
Should I tie a rope around you just in case?
I mean,
Just in case you fling yourself off a cliff for some reason.
Well, I'm not having any particular suicidal thoughts. Or any thoughts of, hey, I need to go throw myself off the edge of a cliff. It just feels like the direction I need to go in.
I know. I'm just being cautious.
Up to you.
How the actual fuck do giant worker ants not have a burrow speed?
Huh.
Random note.
But Minuet will pull out a spool of twine.
Are you gonna tie it around Ix's dress?
No, I'm just holding it up.
Oh.
Are you, what are we in Legend of Zelda? Put that away.
Da 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 da.
Minuet
Minuet.
stuffs it back into his bag.
I appreciate the sentiment, but I'm afraid we don't need to find a way out of a labyrinth at the moment.
Oh.
And then Darren pulls out his rope and then ties a length of it around his waist and then Ixodras's so that they're connected.
But twine, it. Okay, I guess you're right. It wouldn't be as strong. So yeah.
Not to say anything against our dear captain's weight, but I don't think twine would hold.
Went.
Look, I don't know about you, but that shit can cut through scales if it's sharpened enough and under enough pressure.
Squints harder.
You squint at me, but I have seen it done.
Yeah, Grandma might have shown him a trick or two. And here's how you get people to talk when they won't talk. Grandma, I'm 12. Well, just pull harder.
It's a process called degloving, and it's unpleasant, and I'd rather not experience it.
Ugh.
There.
Yes.
Alright. And Ixodras is leading the way, basically pulling Darren along behind her.
Fantastic. This is the last big scene I actually have to literate tonight, so I'm gonna use the bathroom.
And we still have at least an hour to go.
Yep, but this is the last big thing I have to do, and you guys have some walking to do before you get to where you're going. So you guys have some open roleplay opportunities.
There's a reason why I brought that ant thing up, just for the record.
Oh.
I did not say that out of nowhere. I'm trying to see if any summoned creature I have has a burrow speed.
Oh, did you want to see if there was any hidden rooms or something?
No. I wanted to make a grave for the guy.
Ah, fair.
Oh.
On the bright side, like this, Darren can fly Ix.
Wolverines can.
Okay then.
Wolverines get to, but not fucking giant
Not
ants.
fucking ants!
Huh. Well, okay. So there is the whole thing about the worker ant being better than the soldier ant.
Worker ant and the soldier ant do not have a burrow speed.
That's something.
They don't burrow, they build.
Yeah, they build houses. Didn't you know that? After all, they're giants, so they build, places like Anne Orlando, I guess.
Did you just say Ant Orlando?
Yes.
I hate this. This is suffering. Damn it.
Of course, if we were waiting for tomorrow anyways, we didn't even really need me to do Summon Monster. Because for the exact same spell slot as that Wolverine, I can prepare Stone Shape.
Oh, yeah. Hey, isn't there a spell that literally just makes a hole?
There's portable holes.
No, the something pit.
Yeah, but I think whatever's inside of the hole gets shunted out of the hole at the end.
Yes.
Aw, that's sad.
Create Pit and Hungering Pit both do that.
And that would be really bad to throw a dead person into a hungering pit. That's no. The component for create pit.
What?
A miniature shovel costing 10 GP.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of material components that are holdovers from old D&D that are just jokes.
Yeah.
Oh shit, here's a spell I can definitely yeah, we've taken all of the guesswork out of this.
Hmm?
3rd level cleric spell. Speak with dead.
Oh.
Hey, that's necessary for a certain rope. So, Ixodras. Did Kitty go away?
I said,
We did not hear you.
Oh, yeah. I
Yeah,
did
you
not hear
didn't
you.
mic
I'm
up.
sorry. Why
what you
do you-
need.
No, not why. What were they storing down there? Was it seeds or something else?
Seeds. They were trying to get as many different just plant seeds as they could, but apparently the only thing they were really being given was different types of tree seeds.
Wait. The. Oh.
It
That-
explains a lot about Nickel Fury, doesn't it?
Sure does.
So, if you could ask the priest one thing, what would you ask?
Well,
This is not a hypothetical. This is, think of a question that you could ask the priest that might help our current situation.
or two things.
I've kind of got a plan for one of those questions.
Oh,
Is it the funeral services question?
Yes.
I'm not sure. There are too many questions to ask. And our current situation isn't terribly much better than when we first got here.
Oh, okay,
who killed
you,
you?
you keep looking over towards that gap.
Speaking of which, I'm back, by the way.
You keep
Welcome
looking
back,
over
welcome
towards that gap, right?
Yes.
And you keep having visions of the past from before this place was a Skyland.
Mm-hmm.
Clearly, some form of preservation project was taking place here. They were trying to keep seeds of all sorts of plant life here,
Okay.
possibly to populate the flying islands with them.
Yeah, apparently the guardian, I guess it was, of the church was tasked by the patron deity to gather seeds for a oncoming catastrophe.
They gather two of every kind of seed.
Very funny.
I think there was a lot of seeds.
So, how far is this divot that Ixodras keeps looking at from the church?
It is actually coming close now, and this is when I get to take over.
But
The divot is coming close.
we're traveling towards it.
Oh,
But Cirrus, just who killed you? I think would be a reasonable.
yeah.
So I'm going to take over at this point in time. Hey, Ix.
Correct.
For a few moments, you guys are getting close to the point where you're seeing the edge where everything falls off. It fades out for you, and you find yourself walking in snow. The rest of the party isn't going to see this, and Darren, I'm going to apologize in advance. Your eyes focus on what looks like two figures in the distance, and you're going to continue forward. Bear in mind, you no longer see the edge, nor even remember there being an edge there. With an unnatural pull, Darren,
Oh shit.
you watch as Ixodras steps over the edge and you can't pull back hard enough to stop her, and her feet land on solid ground where there isn't. She's walking on air. You are forced with the difficult task of either cutting the rope or chancing whatever is affecting her not affecting you. I need that choice now.
Or flying.
Yeah, I guess I'm gonna try and fly.
I'm gonna need a fly check. Because she is pulling you like a kite right now.
Well, okay, I feel the need to express my own agency here. As I see Ixodras
Oh, shit.
walking towards the fucking cliff face,
Yes.
I'm throwing my fucking snag net.
Yeah, that's an 11 to fly.
Yes, low roll!
Yeah, that is, unfortunately, it's probably still gonna be, quite a bit, because, that is a 14 against touch.
Hey, Ix, what's your touch AC normally?
It is 13 normally.
Yeah, it misses.
Magical bullshit.
Yes. He's currently underneath a spell. Kind of. He's underneath divine something or other. He's underneath bullshit because I said so.
I just had to express Cirrus's agency. She wasn't going to watch someone walk off a cliff without trying to fucking net them.
So, Darren, you got any leather,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. Also, this probably would have been important. So, do I lose a charge and roll even lower?
Yes.
Oh,
Oh,
no, then
yeah.
that's 6.
So, unfortunately, you're going to be dangling until you cut yourself free and actually fly out of there.
Oh, shit.
Because nope, rope being tugged, not working, brain, nope, and
Nope. This isn't how flying is supposed to work.
Ixodras.
Yes.
You're going to be walking out quite far. As you approach the two figures, you can recognize one of them having draconic figure. Their blue, very blue, ice-cold blue glowing eyes seem to fade as well as their figure, leaving the cat-like being behind that, as you approach her back towards you, definitely has a tiger physique. It's very large and bulky and looks very strong. You can even tell from the behind that she definitely has those saber-like tusks. She definitely has the long, thick, fluffy tail of a snow leopard. Her patterns are somewhat similar to yours, though less broken and scattered. As you approach, her voice, in an awkwardly sweet tone, goes, "You know, you got both her eyes, and I'm okay with that." You're at
Just like
the edge.
I'd just like to state that in the event that anything seems to be hitting the fan, I am preparing the action to cast gaseous form so I can get out there.
Good to know. So, yeah, she addresses you and says, "You know, you got both her eyes. I'm okay with that."
Okay.
She looks back and she has vividly green eyes herself. And she smiles and she goes, "I'm glad you're here." And then her very friendly face turns very not happy and she goes, "I need you to kick your father in the dick and slap your grandfather across the face. I should not be surprised that it is one of my female prodigies that comes to heed my call, instead of the males. I told my husband, our women are better." Head bob and everything.
If I ever get the chance to meet them?
I mean, I'm sure you've met your father. You grew up with a bastard. Such a sticky little point. At least they're flourishing. Hi. I don't know how many grades it is.
I believe it was 4 great grandmas.
Oh good, my children did survive long. It's hard when they don't heed my call. I am Aixa.
How is that spelled?
Ixea.
Thank you.
Something, something, something. I've been here a long time, and I think you already understand the betrayal that happened here, yes?
Yes. We also saw the priest's remains.
I'll be at his funeral when you figure it out. I'm sure he's more than happy to detail everything. But you have a cleric with you. Well, warlock? Ah, touching shadows, how gross. We're of a land of light here. Whatever, I don't care anymore. I have a proposition for you. Since you're here,
Alright.
I think you probably have an idea of what I'm going to ask you.
Go on.
The leader of those group, a human, was the one that set upon all that dissent and the betrayal that sent me down here with their little tools, explosives that they decided to create just to kill me. I guess I should say other humans technically had the technology, but those things were banned here because we're on unstable ground. Needless to say, unlike your, was 4 grades? Grandfather,
Yes.
I don't have wings. I'm not a dragon. But he insisted we raise you as one of them, so you know. Bipedal you are, I'm sorry, honey. I'm sure you'd love to be a massive beast nowadays, but I heard they killed a lot of us. They kind of stuck around for at least a little bit. But him and his family, I don't care how many generations it's been that they've profiteered too much off of my hard work and your grandfather's willingness to serve our god. Kill them. The family. Leave the children. If there are any. Husband, wife, though. They deserve not to profiteer any longer off of what we try to give them. Don't you think, honey?
Well, that was one of the questions we were planning on asking the priest.
She'll move up and she'll put a claw underneath your chin and go, I mean, if it makes it any sweeter, I can waken a little bit more of that draconic power in you.
That would probably be very useful for this endeavor. At the very least.
Yes. So, you agree?
Yeah.
Fantastic. If you don't kill him, I get stuck here. And, your friend's dangling, so, take a deep breath. This might, hurt a bit.
Ah, fuck.
She raises her claw, and she swats you all the way back to land. You land flat on your back. You feel for a brief moment as her hand connects to yours. The dragon in you waken just a little bit. Hey Darren, roll a reflex save.
Yoink!
One sec. Because, oh shit!
I mean, even though I, as a player, know that this is not a sign of threat, I would like to state that, due to prior statements, I'm now gas.
Yeah, I kind of figured you were, but I get to alliterate what you guys just saw.
Wow.
And you had 2 questions, so guess what? I decided to burn one instead of giving answers.
Alright. Oh, good.
You weren't here when we were discussing what the questions... Like, can...
22.
Yeah, you're fine. You see a wall coming, you spread your wings. Suddenly, Ixodras gets knocked back. You get pulled like a pendulum. You flap hard. You don't hit the wall, but you're up against it. It's one of those moments where, wall. Hi, wall. You're my friend now. Rubs gently.
Hug the wall.
We're nice and intimate. High ground. Hi!
Slowly climbing up wall.
Ix, you're flat on your back looking at the sky.
And I'm just gonna be like, well, that happened. Okay.
So, what the fuck?
Well, I met a relative.
Oh, okay.
She's very mad for good reason.
Uh-huh.
And I have to go kill some people now, apparently.
People.
The
descendants of the guy that kind of, you know, caused her to be stuck in the state she is and also plundered the chapel?
I agree with this.
Darren shouts as he's trying to climb back up.
I am not normally a
Cirrus-
vengeful person, but bullshit happened here.
A vaguely cirrus-shaped cloud of gas nods.
Okay.
Also, I would not doubt for 2 seconds that this has anything to do with my shit, too.
Also, apparently it was my great grandfather that was the dragon, not my mom. Yeah. At the side of the family rot.
Yeah, your mom might have claimed it because she can. Just to make you hate your parents more. She might be a liar now.
Darren grunts, pulling himself over the edge. That explains exactly nothing aside from your casting ability.
And can I
Well,
dismiss this spell?
Yes.
Okay, I can just cancel the spell whenever I
Yep.
feel like.
Yep.
Okay, good. I'm not stuck as gas for 10 minutes.
I mean, if you want to be a fart, but bro. try to take a shower every once in a while.
But yeah, so that's interesting. Oh boy.
So, you agreed to go kill people. Cool.
I mean, that's kind of what I do as a job.
yeah. But I mean, you people and the fucking agreeing with. Well, okay, so I guess she's a relative, but still, y'all with y'all's greater powers and stuff.
Hey,
Yeah.
Minuet,
Huh?
you throw up.
Yeah,
You guys and your greater.
I'm just imagining you with your greater.
I'd like to point out that at least 2 of us were sworn not to mention the greater powers that we made pacts with under penalty of those greater powers being very upset with us.
I don't know about you. I'm fully capable of mentioning offhand. I technically follow a greater power now.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. You were forbidden from talking about the other book.
I am forbidden from reading through the other book and letting anyone read through it. That's why he's been very particular about how he's been writing in the journal.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Cirrus was actually forbidden from talking about it.
Yes, very specifically, Sirius is being told, yeah, don't talk about me, because the more you talk about me, the more problems I have. Because I don't want to be more tied to your shit.
So, you know, I have also apparently been given a quest to smack the shit out of my parents, which, you know, I'm fine with that one.
Oh.
100% okay with that one. Would have done it for free.
Okay, so, who are we killing?
I was
Good
not
question. I'm betting the
Oh.
dead man can tell us.
That's basically the idea. Also, you know, great grandma says she'll show up for the funeral when we have it for the priest.
Alright, fair enough. So I guess that means we are going to make camp somewhere for the night so we can talk to the deadman.
That would be good.
You all make camp for the night. It's kind of a weird night, considering...
I have a bunch of fucking DMs.
I mean... Let's see... Okay.
So, for my 3rd level spell slots for tomorrow after we make camp, I'm just clearly making it stated that my 3rd level spell slots are prepared for Speak with Dead and Stone Shape.
Got it. Understood. Is anybody going to do anything particular this night before I move on?
Minuet actually, after like camp is set up and like the sun's going down, is actually going to like just hanging out next to the precipice with the Mayas below. We'll just pull out his bawu and begin playing.
Understood. No intent?
Yes, intent. Kind of.
Send me intent.
Okay.
Every time you use that bawu, I feel like we're playing with a minor deck of many things.
The bawu of many noises.
The bawu of many doot.
Don't tempt me.
Oh no.
Varian, stop making bad life choices.
Don't give me ideas. Vari's gonna make bad choices.
Vari's gimmick is that he makes bad choices.
Hey Vari, roll your performance check at a +4.
Okay. Okay. So that's a let's see, that's a 34?
You don't understand why, but this particular moment in time, it feels like you're doing better at playing this. It's like you're more charismatic when you want to be. It only lasts a minute.
Okay.
You just feel more better at, playing. Maybe.
Huh.
Yeah, we're already beginning to find one of Varian's powers. It's the power to doot better.
After camp is set up, Darren is going to poke Ix address.
Yes.
Oh,
Ah, right. She's gonna pull out the what was frozen book and see if it's still frozen.
It's starting to thaw. It might be better if you guys, bring it near a source of heat.
cool. Easy to make a campfire when I still have torches.
I'm going to experiment with something else. I'm going to find an unoccupied spot of, well, really nothing important at all. And I'm going to cast darkness at it.
Okay. Oh,
How does my spell-like ability darkness function? Does it function normally?
no. It turns into an area of shadow. So, you know that spell you cast earlier? That,
Which
but
one
more fog-like.
Ah. Okay, well, I mean, actually, considering that that's really what the spell darkness does, it just lowers the light level in an area.
Yeah, no, this acts more, or visually is more like a fog. Mechanically, about the same.
Okay, I'm going to do something. I'm going to I assume we've got a couple of light sources around here.
If you want, yeah.
I grab one of them and I toss them into the darkness.
The light level does not change. You still have
Interesting.
shadowy illumination in there.
Okay, so I have my darkness is now create an area of shadow in darkness or light.
Yeah, shadowy illumination. Very specifically change the keywords.
Cool.
That is hyper specific. Bear that in mind. Darren, what are you doing?
I'm making a campfire so we can thaw out the book.
Hey, you know I have a profession that might actually help here for once.
What's it?
What do you do for a living? for the fucking Rangers.
You want me to use office core?
Yes.
Well, to be fair, half of that crap in their library is kindling, so...
Congratulations. There is a use for it.
He may or may not have been the furnace boy at least once. 16.
You're going to be able to heat up the book safely without setting it ablaze. Or
Oh,
damaging
right.
it.
Book restoration. Dirt.
Bing! It's going to take about 30 minutes to an hour, but no, you're going to be able to actually do this safely without actually damaging the book. Which, on the side of the body, it's thawing, so, you know, certain things from dying start to kick back in. Enjoy that.
Well, it was basically frostbite level temperatures down there. How quickly is it going to thaw?
Oh, it's going to take a while, but it's going to be one of those things that you notice.
I'm sure.
There's a reason why they keep the frozen mummy underneath frozen conditions still.
They.
Huh?
What frozen mummy are we talking? This guy?
No, so there's a nearly preserved, like, I think it's 20,000-year-old human body or something like that they found. I don't remember the exact amount of time and where exactly they found it, but it was perfectly preserved in ice.
Ah.
The reason why they keep it frozen is because if they let it thaw, a lot of it's going to degrade really quickly, including broken blood vessels and excretions and frozen diseases are all problems with frozen bodies. Because, surprise, certain, microbes fucking survive all that shit.
Gromophiles.
Yeah. And the only reason why I believe that there is life outside this planet is because extremophiles. If life can make it in the fucking Antarctic, underneath goddamn ice in a frozen fucking lake, yeah, I'm not worried about there being life outside of planet Earth. There's life. We just don't know if it's intelligent and don't know if it wants to kill us.
I mean, I think it's statistically unlikely, given the sheer size of the universe, that the number of circumstances that needed to come together for life on Earth to not have happened on one of the statistically trillions of other planets.
Yeah.
Watch Parts in a Box theory. It holds up. But that is beside the point. Are you guys just going to wait for the book to thaw?
I know I am.
Yep.
So the book thaws out, and it is a holy book. And let me look up my god list to see if I actually added her on or not. I don't need the compass anymore. We're good. By the way, if I get to 100 viewers, I'm going to openly share this fucking my setting doc. Just saying.
How many viewers do you have?
I don't even have 50.
Do you mean subscribers?
Subscribers on YouTube or followers here on Twitch.
Okay. So, like, when you said over 100 viewers, I was like, dude, I pull, like, 8 on good days.
I meant followers. Sorry.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I was like, if you we're pulling 100 viewers, you'd be rapidly approaching partner.
Hey. First of all, you need to become popular. Like this instant. Okay, mister?
I'm working on it.
I would yell at Kai here, but he's already popular. Everybody loves
Not
Kai.
really.
Everybody loves you.
You are wonderful.
Darn it.
I don't think I... Oh, did I? Yes, I did. Seiya. This is a
Yeah.
book... Seiya. S-E, capital Y-A-H. The goddess of the moon. Often depicted as an anthro-wolf female wearing a simple silver dress, occasionally she has also been depicted as a silver fur wolf. She is known as a gentle, kind, and in most regards, helpful. Yet those that cross her have found that she has a cold side. Worshippers of hers oftentimes pursue life as healers and do-gooders in general. So, her book oftentimes goes into doing the right thing, bringing light into the darkness, but a gentle light so that way people may follow a path home. Not forcing it, for some who chose to be lost will continue to be lost by their own choice. However, those that wrong you should be punished, and punished painfully. The cold backside of your hand has a very good use if somebody are to wrong you, or were to wrong you, and should not be forgiven until you get back at them.
I'm liking the sound of this.
Purview, moon, healing, ice, and good. She is a chaotic good god. She has a thing for also defending the helpless. And she's known at being fairly horrifyingly powerful with ice magic. The book also very specifically states not to push ideology on another person. So yes, Seiya. Her holy symbol is that of a crescent moon.
Well,
Basically, the symbol that Ixodras's had on her.
Family heirlooms always return to the family.
one way or another.
Questions, comments, concerns?
So this is simply a Bible equivalent for this day.
Yes. This is her holy book. I mean, you shouldn't be surprised it was found near the hands of a priest of this deity.
True. I just didn't know if there was more to it.
Nope. It is a holy book.
Nope, it's about exactly what Ix expected it to be.
Well, Darren is going to just let her have it then.
And Ix is just going to enjoy reading through it a few times.
Understood. You guys are free to open roleplay a little bit here. I am assuming in the morning I'm going to have to give you a name and explain a funeral, aka run a funeral as a DM. So, I'm going to stand for a moment. Y'all roll.
Please to tell us how to funeral him.
Yes. He may have specific requests. Be ready.
So Darren is specifically going to find a spot where he has his back to a wall that does not have a window that someone could peek in from, and he's going to start writing in the journal again.
Try to find any of my spells that I know have a dark only descriptor. Here we go.
By the way, I just realized that the setup for the ice room is very clever.
Oh.
Well, think about it. How much nature would have been packed into that room just by collecting seeds to preserve?
Oh, that's fair.
Not to mention the surrounding nature at the time of when the room was made and activated. Ta-da! Perpetual preservation room.
And then they got betrayed.
Yeah, Darren's really on board with this whole vengeance thing at the moment.
Well, apparently that's the whole shtick of the patron goddess, so you know. Ixadrash is seeing a lot of similarities.
I mean, at the very least, this has alleviated any worries Cirrus had about the people in question potentially not having it coming.
It's so darn it, Pari.
Hmm?
Darren really is just an angrier version of Very, isn't he?
Kind of.
Also has better saves than Very.
Very was purely casty dragon. I am Bard. Bard
It's-
saves are usually good.
It's still funny to make fun of.
You know, I really
Yeah, but-
should have thought of the funeral before I ran this part, but I didn't.
I mean, you couldn't have expected us to have a way to know specifically what funerary rites this religion would have.
Technically true, but at the same time, I hand you a holy book.
Well, did it say in the
Fair.
holy book?
Oh, that's true.
Zix has been reading through as much of it as she can. Is there a funeral section?
Not specifically.
Well, there you go.
I mean, it's probably much like the Bible, where there are instances where a funeral is held, rather than, here is how you funeral.
Anyways, I can make him waste a 3rd level spell, so why not make him waste a 3rd level spell?
In addition to on the list of wasting spells, since Cirrus is in a scientific mood as of late, Cirrus will be attempting to prepare the following spells in lower level spell slots.
Question, is one of them Gentle Repose?
Cirrus will definitely also be preparing Gentle Repose. No, wait, I don't have a spell at 2nd levels. Maybe we'll be preparing Gentle Repose. But I would assume that this is a case of whether or not I can commune with freedom and prepare these spells at all. Would that be an accurate assumption?
What spells?
Okay, I want to see if I can prepare the following spells at all. These spells are Protection from Chaos, Light, Protective Penumbra, and Dreadbolt.
Do any of them have the light and or darkness description?
Both Light and Protective Penumbra have the Light and Darkness descriptor Well, I mean, obviously light has light and protective penumbra has darkness.
Yeah, you can't.
Okay, but I am capable of preparing protection from chaos, which has the lawful descriptor, and dreadbolt, which has the evil descriptor.
Era does not care about the fight between chaos and good, and or chaos and law, and the fight between evil and good. You are
So
neutral.
all right. So I am able to prepare these spells, which were of diametric opposition to what I was before the pact with Era.
You are what?
I am able to prepare these spells that were of diametric opposition from before my pact.
Yes. Era
Okay.
only cares about truths and extremity or extremes. So, chaos, law, whatever. Good and evil, same side of the same thing. Light and dark, that's where you cross into the extremities. Because then you're taking natural, like, true paths, and Era being in the center of it all cannot. He doesn't care if you protect yourself against law or chaos. He does not care whether or not you protect yourself against good or evil. He gives 3 fucks if you choose an absolute side.
Okay, yeah, Cirrus was just doing science, since darkness, which... Actually, that's one of the things she should have tried doing, preparing the spell darkness.
Nope.
I can't prepare the spell darkness, but I can still use my spell-like ability of darkness.
Yep, it just creates shadowy illumination instead.
Okay. Cirrus was interested to know what had happened to her spellcasting. Maybe light would behave differently, or protective penumbra would as well. Okay,
Nope.
so I will be preparing. Well, as I've already stated, I will be preparing protection from chaos as one of my first level spells today, in place of stunning barrier. And I will be preparing, what was that other one I mentioned? It was, Ray of... No.
Dreadbolt?
Damn it. Ray. It was something Ray. I know it was a Ray.
Admonishing Ray?
No, it's...
Hellfire Ray?
No, it was a level 2 Ray. Damn it, it's not named Ray.
Searing Light?
No, that definitely wasn't it, because it was an evil spell.
By the way, Darren, I'm gonna need you to roll a perception.
Did someone tell me what spell I was talking about preparing before?
I don't remember.
I wasn't just talking to you, I was talking to my chat as well. Dreadbolt. Okay, I have Dreadbolt prepared, instead of on my list of spells that I have updated. I have Dreadbolt prepared instead of, Iron Skin.
Net 20 for a total of 29 perception.
Here, I'm sending you my updated list of average spells.
So, yeah, Darren would, definitely notice, Minuet kind of quietly trying to, just sit down beside him.
As per the, spells being prepared for speaking with the corpse and the funerary rites, Summon Monster 2 is being dropped for Gentle Repose, and Trial of Fire and Acid and Gloombind Bolts are being dropped for some Stone Shape and Speak with Dead.
Darren is going to snap the book shut as soon as he notices Minuet.
So, what you writing?
I'm chronicling our adventure, if you would like to put it that way.
Oh.
Not that I'm some aging halfling.
I understood that reference.
I've also been
Oh.
compiling all the information that we've accrued.
Okay.
I'll share it one day. Just not tonight.
Oh. Okay. And Minuet will get back up and leave.
Wait, how are you feeling?
Hmm?
You... Well, you threw up earlier. I know
Yeah.
you haven't been well recently,
Yeah.
but I thought it had passed.
Mm, kind of.
Let
I'll
me
be
know if
alright.
you need anything. Alright?
Okay.
I'm still your friend.
Okay. And Minuet will turn and head back to the tent.
There, all of Viv's stuff is floating.
Rude.
I'm a cat. I must knock things off the table.
And you make fun of us for being furries.
Yes.
I mean, we make fun of us for being furries.
I mean, we're furries. What do furries do best? We make fun of ourselves. Come on.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what VTubers do best too.
Yep.
I mean, do you know what's worse than a furry? A fucking furry. Fucking furries.
I mean, what about a furry VTuber?
Ouch.
Seen a few.
Yeah, there's a
yeah.
few.
The worst of all worlds.
Actually, some of them have really cool models.
I mean, yeah.
I'm
I
surprised the people who are willing to spend thousands of dollars on suits are also willing to spend thousands of dollars on virtual suits.
mean, if I
Yes.
was willing to spend a couple of $100 extra, I could have an era VTuber avatar. It's just, the ping thing works
Yeah.
better, and I know a lot of really talented artists that are personal friends I'd rather throw money at. Like, hey, Carr,
Oh no.
who did all the artwork for the stream that's currently up on my side.
You can't see it, but I'm trying to hide under a pillow ineffectually.
And Cirrus is up soon, too. I just have to realign it and finish it.
Quick, Tar, learn how to make live 2D models and make a lot of money making live 2D models.
I mean, I probably could.
I think maybe
I
a certain
would
person...
I would totally buy a live 2D model from you.
So would I.
Same.
Yeah, the thing is with live 2D models, it's a lot like drawing animation, really, in that you are drawing the same thing about a million times.
I know how that works.
Oof.
This is what tweening is for.
Flash is dead. And tweening could be a pain in the ass to work with. I don't know, there's also High Rise. High Rise almost has my tail done, so...
Alrighty. So, the dawn of the next day.
24
Dawn of the
hours
final
remains.
day.
Yay. Other people had the same thought I did.
Good. That was where I was going with it.
Yes. But now you guys have
By
a
the way,
time limit or
the-
die.
The noise also played in my head, by the way.
Doof, doof.
For the little opening bits for that.
Yeah, it did for me too. I'm also
We're all
technically got a Triforce tattoo on my wrist, so if it didn't, there'd be a life problem.
we're all fucking nerds. Nerds.
We're streaming fucking D&D Pathfinder Hybrid. I'm just going to put it out there that anybody that visits this stream or the other stream or watches our YouTube is well aware that we're fucking nerds. It's
I mean,
just
kinda, yeah.
because you have to be a nerd to watch this shit. Hi, nerds.
Speaking of nerds not watching this shit, I should totally also join Era's stream before I say this and be a hypocrite.
Oh yeah. Well, now that my connection seems to be stabilized, I should do the.
The moment he
Watch.
opens that link, it just tanks.
Oh no.
Let's see if I'm accurate for far as connection 2 times.
No,
out of two.
I'm in. I'm in.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying that Kai and Viv, you should join my stream so I have larger viewer counts and the algorithm likes me. All hail the algorithm! The algorithm is beneficent and kind.
I mean, same here. I just need 5 people talking in my stream at once just to get one of the stupid things to get up to the next level.
No.
All
Wait.
hail Hypnotoad?
Oh, no, I think you're talking about just regular ass achievements, aren't you?
That's the first step, but it's supposed to be, according to the land of Google, that's supposed to give me controls that way people can down my control or down their viewer, whatever, jigger to make it less
No.
beautiful.
No.
Then Google lied to me.
Yeah, I regularly do not have that setting.
Damn.
You can actually restart the stream until you
Yeah,
have
that's... Why am I muting this microphone when it's literally talking to Viv? Thank you for the sub.
No, it just gives me. I just every time I see the share button on there, I just hit it.
Yep. Wasn't there at one point where like you wouldn't get the little chat badge things unless you actually did the thing? I remember that being a thing at one point.
But yeah, so I'm going to, first things first, in tomorrow's day, I'm going to cast Gentle Repose on the corpse.
Got it. And then I'm assuming that you're going to
And the
talk to the dead.
Spend next 10 minutes casting Speak with Dead.
Fantastic.
We get 2 questions.
Yep. The body goes, ask your questions.
What is the alignment of this moon goddess?
Chaotic good.
Well, then technically this the corpse does get to make a will save against me then.
He willfully fails.
Okay. Yeah, because Speak with Dead allows you to make the save if they have a differing alignment from yours.
Yep.
And since they're chaotic good, then a priest of a chaotic good, then I would assume they would have been chaotic good.
Plausibly, you don't know. They willfully fail.
Yeah. Okay. I proceed to ask who it was that killed them.
James David Franken.
And
James David Franken, you said, Era?
Yes.
Franken as in Frank E.N.?
Yes.
Wait, so there's a James David Franken and a James David Hannell.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you this right now. One, they're probably related. If that is the man's real name.
Oh.
Or, hear me out of character crazy theory, that is James David Franken.
not
Well,
realizing how not helpful this is about to be for the second question. Actually, no, I'm going to ask, how do you want to be buried?
with the moon in the sky, 7
Oh, so
lit candles. He's. I had to make this up like 30 seconds or like 5 minutes ago. So give me credit for what I'm about to say. Moon in the sky, 7 lit candles. Prayer from the book, page 87. Tell the story. Watch the mood fade. Lower my body as not to see the sun's harsh gaze. Fuck the sun. Jabberjax is okay.
That was not brief, cryptic, or repetitive.
I'm sorry, fuck the sun and then what?
Jabberjax is okay. Fear the sun, sun angry.
Fortunately, I can't cast that spell.
You
Don't have
want?
it prepared.
I mean, there's cryptic in there. Y'all might just miss it.
Oh no, I can't cast the spell. I don't have a drow eyelash with me.
I
Does-
think I caught some of it.
7 candles, page something, something, something. Like I think it was 84.
So-
Page 87. It's a prayer. Tell
You're-
watch the moon fade. Lower the body before the sun rises.
Yes. You're lucky I caught that directly.
I
the
did
moon-
too.
I mean,
Moon
we have a
this high.
YouTube channel.
That too. With the moon in the sky, 7 lit candles, prayer from the book, page 87, tell the story, watch the moon fade, lower my body so as not to see the sun's harsh gaze. Fuck the sun. Jabberjax is okay. Fear the sun, sun angry.
Well, I mean, we can do most of those pretty simply. Do we have candles?
You don't have candles.
We don't have candles.
We have twine.
And wax.
You have to make candles for this funeral.
Minuet will just sigh and begin pulling out blocks of wax from his handy haversack and twine.
Well,
And,
you know, we're making candles specifically to bury this guy. You know what? I think that's better.
Oh, okay. Minuet will pull out his pyrography kit.
That's a word. I actually kind of
Oh,
looked that up.
fuck. What the fuck is that?
Fortunately, you can't make. I can't make profession checks untrained. Otherwise, I would try to make a profession chandler check.
It's a scorching kit. It's for scorching wood. What's in this? It's Pathfinder legal. A wood burning kit. This set includes metal needles, styluses, and brands used to draw on leather or wood by burning it.
But a
Requires
heated
lighting.
needle. A heated needle is very nice for penetrating wax to put some twine through.
He's gonna fucking half-ass it.
I mean, you could easily make 7 holes in a block of wax and split them up and make them 7 basic candles.
Yes.
I would like to point out that, I mean, all things considered, you know, I'm the cleric here, and yeah, sure, Viv's the descendant of whatever the fuck was going on here, but like, we're trying our fucking best out of good faith here.
Yeah, I don't have stuff to actually do like the dipping of the twine over and over again.
You don't have
So-
a pot?
I mean, I've got
Also,
okay,
that's
yeah.
time consuming.
It is. I'm
We're-
just like, hold the
Well-
fuck on.
Okay, here's the other thing. We can't bury him until tonight.
So we've got time to
Fair.
consume.
And as somebody who's made candles, it doesn't take as long as you think.
yeah, I suppose you're right, but
Who makes candles?
I was
because
excited.
I repurpose
I was-
wax. I will tell you what though, that was an ingenious idea. You get the DM slow clap if you almost fucked me. Trying to burn your supplies here. And by the way, y'all are gonna level after the session.
Okay.
Oh boy.
But yeah, I kind of was excited to use my pyrography kit. It's been just sitting in my inventory for a while.
This is why
Just-
you buy the most random ass fucking shit and you just sit on it and be like, boy, I hope I get to use this today.
I mean, you could technically still
the
use
D&D
it. You could. Vari.
He makes the D&D equivalent of his fucking 14 character.
Yeah, basically. Hey, Vari. Vari, you could make the candles extra fucking fancy.
Oh yeah, because I can stylize them and do like the
Raw moons and shit.
moon
in them.
phases. Moon phases, yes.
Yes, you could. If you
I'm
need a
gonna
use
do
for the
that.
damn thing, go ahead and roll me either a craft check or an artistry check.
Well, my perform is in wind instrument, so I'm gonna go with craft engineer.
So, while Vary's doing that, I guess I'm going to start digging a grave.
That will not be necessary.
God, that's a 29.
So I'm going to make a grave in one standard action.
Oh, you have Move Earth ready. Never mind. Darren's going to find something that'll make a good grave marker.
Anything in particular you're wishing to choose for this?
Is there a broken fragment of one of the buildings that I can use?
I mean, you could just probably tear something off of one of the buildings. The buildings are rather sturdy, though.
You say to the Dragonborn who has a temper and a dream.
The big ass fucking hammer.
True. I also have a hammer.
Go for it. Do you want to choose a particular house, or are you just going to destroy a house?
You know what? I'm gonna look for a house that looks like it belonged to the priest. If, you know, he may have lived in it.
Bull should be a reason why you would be able to determine which one that would be.
It would probably be marked with symbols of Seiya, internally and externally.
So how do you spell that?
S-E?
Mm-hmm.
YAH.
Okay.
Also, is a pound of wax sufficient?
Yes.
Okay.
Look, I'm a weeb here, so I have to say this. No, Seiya is supposed to be about knights who turn into constellations, not the moon.
I mean, okay, so we both got the name from the same damn place, and it means celestial body, so shish.
Pretty sure it made a gacha game at one point.
That it is.
Of course it is.
I mean, I can also change the name in my own damn whims if people are going to be bitchy about it.
That's
Man, I just wanted to meme.
yeah. That's
my MO.
what is there to do but me?
I mean, Jabra Jocks is a JoJo reference, so...
Yeah, I guess I can't say anything about that at all, can I?
I didn't realize that until now, but yeah.
Yeah, that ain't my fault, by the way. I did not do this joke.
Nope, that was all me. I even named his character sheet Fighting Gold.
And
I regret nothing.
you will regret nothing. I might regret everything, because one day this whole book I'm writing is going to be done, and y'alls are going to be in there making my shit like all sorts of fucking meme. It's going to be all me.
I mean, what did you expect from me, really?
I was drunk when I decided to have that campaign. Shush.
I need to say that I I subscribe to the school of thought that says a perfectly acceptable name for a dwarf is clearly McHammer.
No, that's obviously very clear. Perfectly okay. Especially if they're female. I don't know why. Don't ask me.
No, they need to wear genie pants.
Tap out. I was
Right.
trying so hard to evade it. But damn it. No.
So what's Ix doing then while we're preparing this shit?
Oh,
Darren?
laughing to death.
Darren?
Yes.
What are you rolling in? You gave me a parameter. I need a roll and why.
Oh, if it's that parameter, then probably I don't. Well, I can make basically any knowledge check. Oh, it's knowledge check. I have ranks in. Damn. So knowledge, history.
Justify?
Historical precedent.
Roll it.
Usually, clergy or clerical figures will have symbols of their faith on their home, if not as a protective measure, then as a symbol of this is where a priest lives.
Roll it.
See, I can bullshit too.
I know you can, and that's why I was like, bullshit me something, because I need a reason for why you know which home was his.
I like how the last time you asked me to
25.
bullshit things, I was like, I'm going to use perception because I'm going to look with my eyeballs.
25, by the way.
I mean, it wasn't something I was expecting something high from. I was expecting something high from this. Your 25 will give you the information you need to know, which is that his home would actually be more simple than everybody else's. You know that on the inside there would be a carving or something like that, but considering that this town has obviously been both abandoned and ransacked, you're going to search for the most simple building.
This is true. Also, historical precedent, most regular town priests lived in relatively simple abodes.
So you're now welcome to roll perception or do whatever you want to try and figure that out.
Perception! Wow, 26.
Yeah, you're going to be able to find a very, very simple... It's not even a house. It's more of a stone... It's like a studio apartment house version. Because Brain decided not to remember what the word was for that. A cottage.
A hovel?
Thank you.
A shack.
Not quite a shack, because a shack means something else entirely.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it has to do with wood, doesn't it?
That and shacks are typically dilapidated or only built well enough to preserve, like, tools. But yes, you will find this particular home.
If it has a symbol of Seiya, that would probably be a good thing to use as the headstone.
This is correct.
Unfortunately, probably stone, because you see nothing of the sort.
Damn. Doesn't mean that we can't carve it in there.
You absolutely can.
Is there any part of this building that looks like I could just easily yank it off, or is it just solid?
Oh no, it's well built.
Well,
Well, then as McHammer would say, stop. Hammer time.
no. You don't get to. Darren's going to mutter an apology and swing his hammer at a weak point if he can find one.
Roll knowledge engineering to figure out where a weak point might be.
Jesus. 21.
You think you have a weak point, but you're starting to realize that they definitely built this right. So it's going to take effort and a lot of smacking to get it. The
That's
Of what?
fine. Darren will take his time and effort in doing this. We're
Alright.
already in this deep, he might as well.
So you guys are going to spend the day doing things, it sounds like.
Yep.
Okay.
Meanwhile, Ixidras is laughing her ass off at all of us for one reason or another.
So, hey,
Hold
Car, when
on.
do you work tomorrow?
I work at 5.
Should we be stopping?
But concluding,
You're taking a nap tomorrow.
yes, sir.
Okay. And Canis better not be mad at me. You guys are going to go ahead and set up this particular funeral. You guys are going to dig the hole. Darren will eventually get some chunks to fall. He's going to have to kind of rebuild things into a headstone. I'm not alliterating it. We're just going to say it happens because thematics. Why the hell not?
Minuet will offer his engineering tools to help.
You guys carve the symbol into the headstone. I'm assuming Cirrus is going to go looking for the graveyard, correct?
Yes.
You will find it is outside of town. It is very specifically to the south. Exactly due south from the church. You're not sure why. Page 87, when read out loud, goes over the story of men trying to reach the moon and unable to because they wanted her power. She warns them of the danger of trying to reach her power, and they climb the tallest mountains they possibly can and continue to perish in the meantime. It is an awkward thing to read. It's rather lengthy. It goes over like 6 people before the story ends. But it ends with the warning that power is not something you should take or steal. Reach for or grab, for everything shall collapse down upon you, should you try to take something that you have not earned.
I just have a question. These people who failed to get to the moon, did at any point in the story they refer to each other as comrade?
No, they're not Russians. I'm not doing that joke. Stop it. Go to your corner. Cirrus, I'm gonna make you a corner for you to sit in. I will literally find a way to do it.
Now, see, if only we had Cirrus's little character model in a sitting position, you could even have a little timeout stool.
No, I've got walls. I can bring walls into tabletops and just make a corner and put him in there. Put her in there. The corner. God damn it.
Moon rises in the east and sets in the west too, right?
Yes, it does. It is it's unsurprisingly a fantastically clear night. The candles are well made and very beautiful. It is a very long night.
I would like to note that for the moon phases, Minuet probably used a little bit of coal and some little fragments of nickel.
Cute. One weird thing happens just before the moon begins to hit into the setting phase, about an hour before sunrise, or where the sun's going to start peaking, where there's this awkward flickers of moment in time where the shadow of people and a very large creature seem to be just outside of your peripheral vision. The night becomes very serene and almost stands still during this, where it doesn't feel like anything is moving even though things are. As the body is buried and lowered down, Cirrus, You feel a chain break in your presence.
Oh, cool. I also, in an attempt to follow every bit of crypticness I can, upwards towards the sky, cast Obscuring Mist. Because there was something about as the moon fades.
Cute. You guys bury the body. You leave the marker. And dawn begins. Not of the final day. A new day has begun. Kai, go to bed.
Go to bed. I talked to confirm that you're going to bed.
Wow, for once, my notes are finished on time.
We
Good, that means you
We-
can. You can. Say it, say it.
Say the line, Bart. Go to bed.
I don't know why I'm laughing evilly, but
I love you all. This was a wonderful session. Big hugs to our captain. I sincerely hope that this is not the last session.
who wants to flip the table? We all know Ix is gonna shout me. Viv? Oh wow,
got it.
you got beat. There's a one time for everything.
Oh, I wasn't even attempting, to be fair. I'm very much reclined in this chair and not moving.
Understood. So here, let's do that thing that I did before, where I like post shit in your room and I post shit in my room and everything's cool. Where did I put that? There we go. So for Tiago's room, here's a YouTube. Here's my link. I will put Tiago's in mine as soon as I fix my little mini script because I broke it. Stop it. There we go. Nope. Oh, I broke it. That's fine. I can just do this. Ah ha ha ha. Easy. I said easy work already. There we go. And posted. So there's my, or the YouTube, link to Tiago. Should like totally follow both of us on Twitch. I need to start including that link in the description of the YouTube channels, but I gotta fix a lot over there.
I thought I set up the bot in advance to shout you out today, and it never did.
Oh no.
I think the bot just hates me, but I'm kind of used to bots hating me. So it's all
So it
good.
looks
I
like
mean,
the only...
Tiago's bot hates him.
Okay, no, hold on. Now here's something that's, I guess, worth thinking about. It looks like, aside from at the very start, only the don't mute the player, mute the tab shoutout happened. So I'm going to see what its setting is that the others do not have.
Probably would work. So,
I also want to kind of apologize for all of the points where I distracted from Viv's part of the story and brought things to me.
no, you're fine.
Oh,
I got through what I needed to. That's the important part. But so that way I can stop recording on my end and get everything done. Hey, YouTube land, like, subscribe, come visit us over here in Twitchland, and drink more water, get more rest. Have a good night.
I am going to go do my outro bits now.
Bye.
So I'm going to mute you guys.